Good morning, or good afternoon, depending on where you're at. I am your host, Bob Mata, and this is our continuing coverage of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Read. And this is Defense Diaries, and I'm all warm and fuzzy about today. I think Bukhenik's coming on. This should be a very interesting day. If, in fact, Sergeant Yuri Bukhenik is coming on, affectionately known as Bukaki, it makes for a very, very, very interesting day. So what's up, beautiful humans? I'm so happy to see you. Allie will be joining at some point. We're going through wedding preparation stuff this morning, so been digging through a lot of old pictures, trying to find memories. Because our daughter's getting married just under a month. Let's say the 8th. Yeah. Like 30 days. So we're prepping for that. We're excited about that. She'll be here. Don't worry, the first dish, she will definitely be here at some point. I think she's got Zoom court at 9. She'll pop in before that though. She was a little slow getting ready this morning because she had, like I said, we were looking through a bunch of old pictures. Oh, what? Is that true? Is Marissa in here yet? That's amazing. Wait, this month? She's getting married in like a couple weeks? That's awesome. I don't know who that lucky fella is, but better watch his shit because I'll be keeping a very close eye on him, making sure he takes care of our girl. So that's amazing. So you guys, did you guys all have beautiful dreams of a nerd love that bloomed yesterday with Alessi and Hyde as they nerded out, battling in their nerd ways about digital forensic data? Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed that a lot. Very dry topic, but just the nerd fest was amazing. It was, I really enjoyed it. So day 12, y'all, day 12. And I think still waiting for the Commonwealth to put some evidence on that proves that Karen Read hit John O'Keefe with her whip. Haven't seen it yet. Haven't seen any of it yet. I think, their strongest evidence for them are these clips that they keep playing of these interviews she did. And that is, I hate to tell you, that ain't it. That is not how you convict somebody, not in this country, based on words that may or may not be taken out of context, or somebody makes an icky face. That's not what we're looking for. It's not what we're looking for in this country to convict somebody. You got to have some actual evidence that crime was committed and that it was committed by the person that they're accusing of having committed it. So we wait.
Wait for the
evidence.
Bukaki.
You said it. You said it. So we got a ding on the Price is Right thing yesterday. I don't know. Like I got some weird email that like some song by the Suicide Kings at the very end of it. I'm like, what? I'm like, this is like some like death metal shit. I'm like, where is the and at the very end of it, I don't know if they licensed like kind of the full song of The Price is Right or what they did. I don't know what they did. Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta turn ads off. I always have them on initially so that when I do turn them on, oh good, they're off. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, so I don't know. I think Mandy went through and clipped that song out. So, but I think if we just use like a shorter version of that, we're good. But I don't know how that worked. I mean, clearly this band, Suicide Kings, did not perform the Price is Right theme. But maybe if they licensed it to stick it in the end of that song, which I'm sure that they did, maybe they think they have rights to it. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, technically it is in there. So I don't know. I don't know how that works with that shit and YouTube. It's crazy. Whoa. KLB, you have 9 spaces covered. Let's see. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Got 7. I've got about 7. So, let's see. Polly says, do you think that Brennan's going to ignore the people the defense wants to point at and not call them? They're going, look, they're not going to ignore them. I mean, obviously they've called Jen McCabe. They've called, who else do they call? They called Carrie Roberts, even though she wasn't in the house. I'm assuming that they're going to call a couple of more people from inside that house. They will not be doing this case like Lally did, like where they did the pre-buttal, where they're trying to get in front of the whole third-party culprit thing. They're not going to, Hank's not doing that. It's just not doing that. I mean, the most that you'll see of Hank doing that, I think, has been in the last few days, starting with Whiffen to McCabe to Hyde. Like those, him trying to get in front of this concept that the 227 Google search happened is about as much as you're going to see of him entertaining any of the defense's theories, in my estimation. And like I said yesterday, I mean, to me, I just don't like if you could prove the 227 thing happened definitively. And when I say definitively, I don't mean that they put an expert on who says that it did happen. I'm talking about if we had somebody that existed on the planet that could get on the stand and not only say that it happened, but prove it and show us how it happened and how the deletion affects things. You know, like we're just not getting that. Like, I don't anticipate that we'll get it from the defense's witnesses either. So, but me believing that Karen Reed is factually innocent never rested on that fact anyway. I mean, to me, if they could prove it, that would have absolutely absolved her and the case should have been dismissed. If that had been proven, if it could have been proven definitively, you know, so I mean, my evaluation of what happened yesterday is I like I said, I think Bob Alessi won that fight, not by a knockout. You know, he never had her on the ropes, just didn't. Not if you're being honest. Like, I mean, that was not a rattled witness. So, you know, but he did make points. And he made more points, I think, on cross than Brennan did on direct, because at the end of the day, she's just saying things. Like, I didn't see proof of what she's saying. It's one thing for her to say that it didn't happen because I'm saying it didn't happen. It's another thing to be able to prove it. So, yeah, no, I agree. 1 in 45-60. Like this is a death by 1,000 paper cuts for the defense, and you know you can put that in there and give it the weight that it deserves, which is exactly what you're talking about. Which is it's a little more reasonable doubt. It plants a little seed in there. certainly isn't going to grow into the tree of not guilty, but it certainly is a seed that when you combine it with the awful investigation, with everything that's going to come in today through Bukhenik, with the inverted video, because if you don't think the defense is going to be leading into the inverted video on cross, you're dreaming. I mean, that is fair game. It's going to be fascinating to see how Brennan is going to navigate through that with Bukhenik. You know, I mean, heading into a trial like this as a trial lawyer, you recognize what your biggest issues are heading into trial, you know, months and months and months before trial starts. And those are the things that you kind of focus on in terms of saying, okay, this is a problem for us and we need to address it. And this is how we need to go about doing it. And that goes for both sides. So, you know, both sides have been thinking about like no one's being surprised on either side by anything that's happening at the trial. And if they are, shame on them because they haven't been doing their job. So, but, you know, these are two sides that are well prepared for this case, that have put in the work. They know the facts. The Commonwealth kind of knows its theory, knows a few theories. It's the ever-evolving theory and the ever-changing timeline. But, you know, as far as the defense goes, they don't have to prove a goddamn thing. I mean, that's the one thing that you always have to keep in the back of your mind. They don't have to prove a thing. Nothing. They don't have to prove anything. That is entirely on the Commonwealth. So when you're able to kind of pick apart things, and remember, like the 227 Google search, that's what I'm saying. Like that was the only move that I think that we'll see Brennan make, trying to get in front of a particular defense theory. I don't think that we'll see him putting on that pre-Buttle case that Lally did. I mean, we're into the third week of trial, and it is what it is with that. You know, like if he would have done it, he would have done it by now. And like coming into it, I thought there was no way in hell he was going to do it. And he hasn't. You know, so the question then becomes, is because Brennan picked the fight about the 227 Google search as opposed to the defense doing it, how is the jury going to view that? You know, I think ultimately at the end of the day, it's just going to be a little nugget in there that when they're deliberating will come up in conversation. It's not going to be the focus of the conversation. It'll be like, oh, well, what about that Google search thing? You know, some people will be like, I don't know, maybe she did it. And it's like, well, she did it in this case is, oh, you know, I mean, that will be a topic of discussion back there. But in terms of whether or not it's going to be a primary topic, there's not a chance. It's not definitive for either side. That's what I'm saying. That Google search lives in this weird kind of like netherworld that's neither here nor there. It's just kind of, it's there. And neither side, through one full trial and 2.5 weeks into the second trial, with all of their experts coming on, having talked about it, and we're still waiting for whoever the defense is going to put on. I'm not going to be convinced one way or another that it happened or it didn't happen. Sorry, that's where I'm at with it, you know? So, but the good news is, doesn't matter. It's not what the defense needs to be focusing on anyway. You know, I mean, like that can't be the crux of your defense. I think one in 4560 put it perfectly. That's a seed of reasonable doubt and nothing more. But you want to plant as many of those seeds as you possibly can. Yeah, me too, Sleuthy. And good morning. Good to see you. We always lose Sleuthy at like, I think 10:15. She goes over to tea and they hang out over there. They watch it. We should do a duel, 3 of us one day, or 4 of us with Allie. I'll text you about it. Be fun to have the 4 of us on. You guys don't go on camera though. I don't know why. I like to see your faces. I like to see your faces. So, all right, I'm yapping too much and I haven't even pulled the shit up. Hold on. The hell going on? Oh, yeah. Hold on. You're yapping. Why didn't you tell me I was yapping? Woohoo! Okay, let's crank that up.
You solemnly swear the evidence to the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
Oh
but the truth, so help you God.
shit!
I do.
All right, wait. Let's go back. See if we missed anything. Okay, no.
From discussing investigation happens.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Yuri Bukhenik.
Woo! Oh, he's bringing his box of
You
goodies
solemnly
up.
swear the evidence to the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Yuri Bukhenik. My last name is spelled Bukhenik.
Mr. Bukhenik, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the homicide section.
I want you to take us back before you became a state police trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
Gives
I
a
was
shit.
9 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
Relevance.
Did you attend public schools?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Well,
Who gives a fuck? Who cares? What are we trying to like? We trying to get the Ukraine empathy? Is that the move there?
high school?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
After high school, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why did you enlist in the Marine Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I.
You can finish this next one. Go ahead.
My friends and I decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
What
I
a
did.
hero!
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended the military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military service, did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White SCI clearance. And as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
Was it
Did
in
you
the
engage in any
military? Did
special
you learn
assignments?
to invert videos?
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With that clearance, we are read into a SCI program, which is a need-to-know basis type situation.
How long were you in the military for?
Bukhenik.
4 years.
When you discharged from the Marines? What year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
They're talking.
When a case, an unintended death is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement. In Massachusetts, under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learned throughout the investigation. At times, it's obvious that it was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging. They respond, and then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, etc.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect, all those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes, typically we partner up with the local police detectives. And when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And that there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
Is it a common practice that when there's an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper and could be approached and a small brief interview could happen, or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up and willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes. Before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes. Every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in the snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
This guy is up
Not
there
that there
absolutely
was one?
shitting his pants.
Not that there was one.
Just go get on camera.
Oh, Lord.
Over here sidling up,
Oh,
yapping
Lord.
off screen. Let's get on. Everybody wants to see you, including me. Let's go. This guy, you can't make him likable. He's such a tremendous douchebag. He's just unlikable.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has. Yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue.
Ooh,
so transportation was an issue. Timing's always an issue. And you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would
I like it better when she chimes on screen with exactly what we're thinking. Get on, woman.
have to pick up the slack. I'm a team
That's what I said, Alan, early. He's bitter beer face guy from those old commercials. Like, I'll pull it up. I'll find it. It's classic. It's exactly who he is.
player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and
who's that
fact-finding
now?
portion of the
Proctor.
investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much.
What's going on here?
Am I insane, or at this point in time that he's talking about, what report said I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? What police report said that?
No police report said that.
No
We all know
report in
this.
the free world said that.
We all know that.
So why is he saying we knew she said I hit him?
Because he's a goddamn liar. That's why. All right, go get on. What are you doing?
As we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in
Go back like 20 seconds.
fact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I need to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not.
How
No.
about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes. 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center basically to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
When you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes,
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the Crime Scene Services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as subdural.
Not to any medical observations, but just you as law enforcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury
Dr.
what
Bukhenik.
you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very, very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from
This mofo. This guy just added bruises to the equation here. Wow. What a piece of shit. Wow.
approximately mid
again.
the right, series of cuts and bruises to the right arm,
What a lion.
which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cuts, scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a
Sure,
pile
I
of
agree
clothes
with you 100% on your police work
in the
there,
floor.
Lo.
Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity, or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes, what happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Oh,
Do you wear any type of
hero.
protection?
what a hero.
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries, and I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes,
What's that?
knocked out of your shoes.
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not, no. But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
Objection. Assisting.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe yourself and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his girl.
Everyone in this room is now dumber for
The
having
defendant, Your
listened
Honor.
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
And why did she let him answer
Did
it?
you know where Miss Reed was
Is
at
that a
that point?
fucking joke?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dighton.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Do you have any interest in any physical evidence?
Yes.
Interesting.
With the missing shoe, her stating that I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dighton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dighton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and
Michael
she
Proctor.
further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dighton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right tail light. Based on the information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me
be.
stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yeah, don't be an
I don't wanna
asshole.
relay
You
conversations
know you're not.
he's not here.
He knows he
And
wasn't
so
supposed
you
to
had
say
an
that
interest
shit.
in looking at the right rear tail light?
Yes,
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
we were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dighton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dighton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes,
tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dayton.
On the way down, we contacted Dayton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle, and we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniformed presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Maneuverability.
Did you make
was
any
challenging.
observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black
Andy.
Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was
Right out in the open.
closest
See?
towards us.
It was
How
right
far
there.
from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, I would probably estimate it'd be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow. So it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dayton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael,
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
I mean, have you ever testified
As you're
before,
walking
sir?
up the
'Cause we know
driveway,
you
how
have.
close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
at its closest, I got as close as me and a defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else?
At that point, did Mr. Proctor give you hand jobs?
Relative
Wow,
to the
babe.
SUV at that time?
Wow.
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did.
Or what
did
you
do?
said.
What did you see?
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So,
Did you see where Michael Proctor went?
yes,
How close to the car did
Show us a
or the vehicle
picture
did
of what
he
you
get?
saw. That's great.
within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your
So
level of
clearly.
certainty?
100%.
I just took out my little
Did you
phone
knock on the
there.
door?
Yes, I
It was
did.
so
And were you
fucking
invited
important.
in?
I took out my
We
little
were,
phone. I
but
took
not
a
through the
picture.
front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Miss Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow colored metal buttons on it.
Wow.
When you walked in, you
Oh,
said, did you
Zoom
say
court.
that the
I gotta
defendant
go.
was sitting on a couch?
She was
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Miss Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
So I just want to get this straight. So he decided that he had a great interest in going to look at the vehicle. And when he gets to the vehicle that he had great interest in looking at, and he sees a big red chunk of the taillight missing, this fucking guy doesn't take a picture.
Absurd. Preposterous. I mean,
Huh?
that jury is stupider than dirt.
Oh my God.
It's
I
insane.
mean, the beautiful thing about this, boys and girls, is that he gets to say all this shit. And then you know what happens? He gets cross-examined.
And I'm pretty sure it's going to start with your perjury last trial there, buddy.
Oh my God. I
start
mean,
right
he's
there
the
with the
whole
perjury.
inverted video guy, man.
Does it truly and accurately represent what you saw? Yeah,
Oh my God. This is
Of
going to
course.
be this is
100%.
bloodbath. This is going to be the bloodbath that everybody's been waiting for.
I
We
sure
haven't
should
won-
hope so.
Yeah, hopefully AJ got he's been looking a little under the weather to me a little bit. So I hope he's starting to feel better. You can tell he's under the weather. He doesn't look great. He hasn't been looking great. So I hope he's primed. I'm sure he is. As a defense attorney, you're just dying to get into this cross. Champing at the bit. Ready.
Champing at it. Just
Champion. I think we have some blooping. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh shit. They went to OnlyFans? What the what?
Well, good, because I'm about to be on a Zoom anyway.
Oh girl. Oh girl. Wow, that was this is the choose your own adventure version of the case. 2.0. Choose your own adventure. Choose your own adventure. Oh, yeah, I set a goal. I had to go on my phone and do it. So you guys check that out. Make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. I know my dad's dying to talk about Bukkake. Ooh, Bukkake. Is Paul in the corner? Nobody puts baby in the corner, but they do put Paul in the corner. Wow. I mean, this guy is just saying so many completely inaccurate, impeachable things, inconsistent stuff. Frosting, great.
All right, so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me to
I'm not
give
asking for
a
one.
humane practice instruction?
I would prefer a
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
rationally.
That's key.
Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room. Your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us
Or could you
the
play us the
conversation that
recording?
you had with the defendant?
I'd like the recording.
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer.
So they taste the crime scene, but they don't record interviews. Interesting.
After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me seemed kind of strange. But
without the commentary.
Mm-hmm.
After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Wow. I don't remember that.
It's because it's fucking brand new. it just popped out of its hidey hole. This is crazy. I mean, hey, remember, Cross is coming.
I'm confused though.
About what?
Like, he's testified before. There are police reports.
How can they look? It's impossible for the defense to disprove it, other than the fact that they didn't write any of this shit down and they didn't record the interviews. So
or testify about it before.
Right. I mean, look, just rest assured, Ross is coming. Ross is coming.
They're trying to establish that she knew he bumped his head. That's what they're trying to do with this. So they're
for what purpose?
That she was trying to cover up or preempt whatever bump on his head might be there.
Oh, his giant egg that none of his fucking friends happened to notice at the party, at the bar, anywhere. Okay, that tracks.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No,
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Okay.
Tasty. Alan better be licking his chops. This is going to be a good cross. It better be a good cross. There is a lot of fodder. New statements, different times, all kinds of good stuff in here. I'm ready for it. I wish there was some way I could bloop right to it. I've heard enough. What'll be interesting to me to know is whether or not Bren's going to bifurcate, split up this direct like he did with what's his nut, Guarino. Where he calls him, he puts him up in pieces. I mean, to me, like, you can see they're trying to build the teamwork theory. They've been building the teamwork theory. They've been putting somebody with Proctor at every point. You know, Proctor's never
Even someone who doesn't remember being there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you can see what they're doing. Can't wait for the cross.
Jurors, I'm going to strike the last portion of that testimony.
Portion?
From the point you went in and spoke to the defendant until the vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed, did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No,
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
no.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15.
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
If you had seen Mr. Proctor touch the tail light, would you testify to that in court?
Fuck out of here.
We traveled in my,
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department
Where was Mr. Proctor?
in my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had
I'm going to allow it.
had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview? You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated Sally Port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it. So it would melt away in the heated Sally Port.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we'd have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be crime scene services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also serve as the crime scene services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or Sally Port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dighton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sally Port garage area?
We arrived in at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate putting
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sallyport?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear
No.
the car of the snow?
No,
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
no,
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
no, he did not.
Bukhenik.
I'll sustain it. I'll strike that, ask it differently, Mr.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the Sallyport area?
I did not.
Are you sure?
How long did you remain in the Sallyport area for, do you know?
We remained in the Sallyport area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on
Okay,
the
that's
best of
enough.
my memory.
Oh, how convenient that he remembers it to the minute. Amazing. This guy's got a photographic memory. Oh, he's amazing. This guy's like Monk. This guy's unbelievable. He's
I mean,
this guy is amazing.
I just want to like reach through the screen and like strangle him a little bit. It's like
I hate him.
it's true. It's like I want to say he has a stupid face, but I've used it already. But he really does.
He's got bitter beer face. He's bitter
I
beer
mean-
guy face. I mean, spot on. Spot on. I mean, the bigger thing is this guy is so full of shit.
He's seen bruises that no one else saw. No one ever in the
Ever,
history of man.
including the medical examiner,
Right.
who apparently they're not calling.
I mean, why? I don't even understand why Brennan would have him say it. Not once, but at least from the other room, I heard it at least twice.
I mean, dude, like Cross should be legendary. It's setting up for legendary Cross.
Yes, Anne. I want to reach through the screen and punch him in the throat.
Hey,
Hey,
oh,
Allison.
After you left the Sallyport area, where did you go?
We left the Sally. I apologize.
Go ahead, if you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question.
Look, but ma'am, Proctor
I
didn't do
left the
anything alone.
Sallyport area and proceeded inside
It
the
was always
Canton
weak.
Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
All
Yes.
the-
Did
this
he ever
glue.
leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
All day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
That's the assholes.
Into the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat. And at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes. The heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the CERT team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the CERT team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
So do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And if you can take a look at the following pages. And what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Do I move this document as evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
Trooper Bukhenik.
Thank you. As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to June 29th, 2022, at the hospital, you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that
I
night?
agree with you 100% on your
That
police work
bag
there, Lil.
containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated. And then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the
I see.
the
They
office.
remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton District Attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the District Attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January, 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the district attorney's office in the state police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the District Attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did it.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a.
I just had to pause it so you play this clip.
You have a kind of sick desperation in your laugh?
Butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was
Now
anybody
was
with
I
you
not
helping
me.
you?
Yes,
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing items one by one separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes, sir.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Ready to see that second shoe. How many shoes
Do
we
you have
got?
gloves, Trooper Bukhenik?
Yes, I do.
Gloves. What do I need those for? Look, Judge Canoni seems to be taking account of what the jurors are doing. Let's take a little assess what y'all are up to. Better watch him with those scissors.
I'd move this item into evidence.
That bag is a giant hole in it
Court permission, I'd
already.
ask the trooper to show the item.
Huge.
Huge hole.
Huge.
Did the whole jury see that hole? Well, these pants have never been picked up since they were taken.
Remember that case we had where all the coke
Thank you.
was leaking out? Yeah, but they brought that brick
Giant
of coke
kilo
in,
out.
and it was all over the table. Wow. I think that was the drywall blow, though.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You did a good, really did a good job with that. Really good job.
Did you learn during your conversations with the CERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker? One?
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury?
Last time they only showed this one. They didn't show the other one. If I remember correctly, I don't know.
Yeah, that case I was talking about, it was our client was nabbed. It was a reverse buy situation, which means that cops put together a sting, and they had 16 kilos of blow.
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. This is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Can I have that marked?
Really? Because I think we saw that the other day.
Thing's immaculate.
Yeah.
What is that, a left or a right sneaker, sir?
Flip it over.
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me. This is the right sneaker from 34 Fairview Road, Kansas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure. If you could put the speaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
We got a problem here, Your Honor.
Yeah, he remembers they left the Sally port at 5:51 exactly, but he's not sure what sneaker that is.
Well, they already introduced the sneaker from the 34 Fairview. So
Okay, hold on. I gotta throw this up real quick.
don't get us stricken or struck or whatever.
I'm gonna keep the sound off. There's Bukhenik. Oh! Oh, it's classic. It's classic.
Oh, Bukhenik. Okay, so yes, everybody, the sneaker in the picture is black on the bottom. It was a huge topic of conversation the first trial. It was like, what the hell is going on? Clearly, that is a black soled sneaker. However, apparently it ends up that it was the lighting, that because of the harsh lighting, it was casting a shadow. I mean, it's really crazy because it looks black, but the defense wouldn't miss that. And I think the consensus was at least,
We
his
don't
real name is Bukhenik, right? Or Bukhenik.
So we don't know that these items, I mean, the theory of evidence bags and evidence tapes, which are supposed to be initialed every time something's opened by somebody else, they then tape it and initial it, and the next person, and so on and so on. That's what
shouldn't
creates
have
the
been
chain of
cut.
custody. Like as Allie pointed out, there was a giant hole in the side of the pants bag. So not a real secure piece of evidence. We have no idea who touched what in between. We have no idea who touched what from transport from the hospital while they're sitting in Bukhenik's floorboard in his back seat of his truck. I mean, like, you know, and now we've heard that there's like additional DNA that was found on one of the shoes. So, you know, I mean, the whole investigation is just a giant flame.
He might have just bought that shoe. Maybe it's 5 other people who touched it at the store.
Foot Locker.
Oh, yeah, no, that's just, you know, the Foot Locker people.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Brian, that commercial's from like 1995. The bitter beer face guy. But I'll tell you what, spot on. Like, even when he's not like bitter beer faced yet, he looks just like Bukhenik. So it's like, you know, it's nailed it.
I don't remember if the shoe from the other day was a left or a right. All I know is when they introduced it, they claimed it was. These things happen when you have a lot of. Wait, what? So we'll take a clock now just to make sure that everybody has great and is able to move forward smoothly. These things happen when you have a lot of evidence in court. So we will see you at 11. Did you just make excuses
All right, please.
for them?
Yeah, there's some kind of like, obviously the defense.
These things happen. Evidence gets mixed up when there's a lot of it. So we'll take a clock now just to make sure that everybody has great and is able to move forward smoothly. These things happen when you have a lot of evidence in court. So we will see you at 11.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks.
Literally just like made an excuse for them.
Right.
These
Well, 'cause,
things
like,
happen when you have a lot of evidence.
except when these things happen is when you have a shit chain of custody.
Right.
That's when
It's on
these
the
things
bag.
happen. I think you're right. I think Guarino brought the other
Yes, he
shoe,
did.
right? He opened
Absolutely. Not there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
and it was the one from 34 Fairview.
So
right?
they claimed.
Right. So, but this one was also the one from 34 Fairview. That's great. There's no one ringing that bell. There's no one ringing that bell.
At the,
So, like,
at the
I like.
minimum, it's sheer incompetence, negligence, and
Well, I mean, it goes to the entire investigation.
yeah.
Right. I mean, that's like it's like an overarching theme. Like the defense, I mean, you couldn't pay for something like that to happen. They're like, oh, wait, it's the same shoe, but it's in a different container. And like these fucking people don't know what they're doing. So, you know, from that perspective, it's pretty crazy.
Sleuthie's still in here. Somebody's got to get my back on this whole. It was determined it was a shadow thing with the black soul, because people are
I think that was
still having a hard time believing it, which was how I felt when I first saw it. It clearly looks black. I still have a hard time understanding how it's a shadow, but apparently it is.
Yeah, like that was a whole thing, like leading into and during the first trial. With that, was that soul, like Shoegate, was that a black soul? Was a different shoe? And I think it was disproven. I remember that happening.
Well, I mean, these things happen when you have a lot of evidence. That's just the way it goes sometimes.
Stuff happens sometimes. When you have many pieces of evidence, sometimes we get them all confused with one another. It's just a shoe's a shoe. Don't worry about it.
Okay, jurors, it's all right. I mean, there's a lot of evidence here. So, you know, these are not the droids you're looking for.
So Sleuthy says, I personally believe it's a shadow. And I think Hella looked at it, shadow from Curb. Yeah, I think so too, Sleuth.
Yeah. Only because everyone that looked said it is. I mean,
Yeah,
I've just decided that everyone is right and the defense would not miss it. Although I understand why people would look at it and say and call bullshit.
Oh, look who popped in.
Hey!
What's up?
It's Thursday.
It
This
is.
week's been nuts. So I'm supposed to be literally in a closed set in Atlanta, filming, of all things, a game show all day today.
What?
My girlfriend, like a year ago, registered us for a game show.
No way.
And they called back. And I'm like, okay, yeah, cool, whatever. It's a game show. It's on the internet. Whatever, that's fine. So we go, and then we did like the boot camp, and there was like 1,000 other people. I'm like, all right, whatever. And then they called us back, and we're like, yeah, you guys are on. And we're like, fantastic. And 2 months later, they're like, sorry, you didn't make the cut. We had to move. Okay, whatever. Gone, done. They called back a month ago, and in the last month, we've gotten re-brought in. They had us do boot camp last Saturday. And then today, right after boot camp, they're like, can you do this Thursday? And we're like, man, we're both lawyers, but yeah, it's a game show. We'll move stuff around. You two know how hard it is to move lawyer schedules around.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's not just a lawyer schedule. It's we take away your phone at 6 a.m. because it's a closed set and there's a huge NDA and da-da-da-da-da. And you are incommunicado all day.
Wow.
Right.
What?
And then-
What's the game show?
So then last night at 6 p.m., when I'm getting ready to go to Vinny's show, they email and go, by the way, we had to cancel Thursday due to production schedule. We'll talk. It's like, oh.
Yeah, they're not used to people who
Josh,
like
You don't understand how lawyer lives work. Like,
right.
it is, okay, is everything on fire? Okay, start shooting at me. Now I'm going to get out of bed. Like, it's just every day in what we do for a living. So today's been a little bit odd. Yesterday, Karen Reed was amazing. What's happened this morning?
Oh,
So-
Buchenek's been on the stand all
I
morning.
figured he had to be the next one up today.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
before
he's-
Bob gets into like what happened earlier, what's happening right now is they brought out evidence, and it was supposed to be the evidence from the hospital. So they bring out the sneaker that's supposed to be the sneaker from the hospital,
The other sneaker.
the other sneaker. But he says the bag says this is the sneaker that was found at 34, at the house. So that shoe was already introduced.
I was going to say that wrong shit. That's some fine evidence handling there.
Right.
Great job. You guys figure out pencils, papers, and lists yet?
Right.
Like, you
And
got
then
the lists?
judge says to the jury, you know what, jury, we're going to take a half hour. These things happen when you have a lot of evidence. I'm like, what? These things happen when you have a lot of evidence? I don't know.
I mean, Guarino introduced into evidence the other shoe that was found at 34 Fairview was introduced into evidence and entered into evidence by Guarino.
That is, so it brings me right back. We had this huge drug trafficking case. It had to have been 10, 15 years ago where the voir dire lasted like a week. Like it was just this crazy case because there was a drug dealer showing up and then a drug buyer. And then there was another drug deal happening next door that was covered by it was this mess. But when we got to the drugs, it was a sack of cocaine. And the cop who was the lead investigator described it as a sack of cocaine, the powder style of cocaine. Now, for people unfamiliar with the conversion of powder cocaine to crack cocaine, yeah, they're both cocaine, but they're very different.
Mm-hmm.
When you're holding an ounce of crack versus an ounce of coke, there ain't no question which one is which.
Yeah.
And basically, and I was second chair on this. This is not my lead trial. I was behind a former AUSA, Chuck Pecor, who's now retired. And the cop literally talked all about this cocaine and powder and, was so certain. And we showed them the bag of drugs and they're like, and it was so clear at that point, we were going to win. Facts were horrifying. Jury ended up acquitting the real bad guy, hanging on our guy, and we pled him on a fairly substantial trafficking to disorderly conduct. Time served. That was how the state buried all of their ridiculousness, because if they tried to retry it or try to go for it, we were just going to it was off. But yeah, the evidence handling, not something that should be sloppy at all. If you're a rule follower, that is the automatic, hey, rule got broken. I'm safe now to decide this hard decision. Why? A clear rule was broken. And we talk a lot about giving a jury a hook to hang their hat. That's exactly how you do it. Hey, rules of the road. Here are the rules we've all established. These rules keep society running. These rules are enforced by good law enforcement, by our court system, by everybody getting together, social contract, yada, yada, yada. These rules protect us all. Let me now show you how, if you're the state, this defendant broke the rule by selling drugs, stealing, da-da-da. But then as the defendant, you get to stand up and say, we've created these rules to prevent an oppressive state. The whole reason we have a constitution is because England was an oppressive state.
Right.
That's literally, what's government? Government's supposed to protect you, the citizens, who then make up the government. And so we've given the government rules. You can't do this because it's a violation of typically fundamental human rights, civil rights. That's really, when we talk about rights, there's our constitutional rights. Deeper and below that are the fundamental nature of those rights. And the Constitution recognizes that.
Yep.
Babe, tell Josh about some of his earlier new testimony.
I mean, probably to me, the most shocking. So when he's in the hospital and Hank's directing him, then he's saying, you know, having him go through what he observed in terms of injuries. Probably the most shocking new information to me was that when Bukhenik was describing the wounds on John's arm, he says, oh, there was a series of cuts and bruises all over his eye. So he introduces bruises into the mix, which was pretty shocking. He also,
well, that's going to get into the two black eyes eventually. That's a gold mine in some ways.
I mean, but the bruising on the arm is, yeah, I mean, for the defense, it's a gold mine for sure. Also, you know, when he's walking behind the vehicle, I think at Meadows, I think that's where he said they were, that he noticed that there was a large chunk of red taillight missing at that point. Of course, he didn't take a picture, and that was preceded by him saying, we specifically wanted to go look at the car because we had gotten all this information. We had heard that Karen was saying maybe I hit him, and we had gotten some other information. So we specifically went over to look at the vehicle. Yet
right
this guy
light
and just take a snap or two of the tail light, even though we specifically were going over to the house to look at it. I mean, Alan's going to have a field day with it. I mean, there's just a lot there. He was able to, he really built in a timeline for the Commonwealth with when the vehicle got to the Sally Port and when they left, which he just unbelievably recalls was exactly
crystal clear. Let me tell you exactly how it's like I was just there. Yeah, now that I remember 100%.
100%. I don't know what shoe I'm showing you right now, but I know I left at 5:51. Exactly. So what was your impression of the Nerd War yesterday? So like that beautiful battle between Alessi and Hyde.
Yeah, I thought it was incredibly engaging. I think that the jury actually was paying really close attention because it was so emotional and technical and clearly personal.
Yeah.
So let's take it from the state. The state needed her. They couldn't just rely on the one Celebrite guy, Whidden or whatever his name is, because guess what? He didn't have all the good stuff. They need to lock it down. So the Commonwealth decided we need Hyde. Now, they also knew they were going to face a bunch of problems with some of the issues the defense was automatically going to bring up. I'll say she is an expert. She's very authentic. She's very believable. She's got a product that she knows very well. I believe that she is an excellent salesperson. But she should have eaten some of the bad facts a little bit more honestly and openly, because as we all watched, she evaded some questions like hell. If you're an expert, you just answer.
Yeah.
The moment you start evading, it detracts from your expertness, right? Because you don't have a side. You're there to just do the science.
Exactly.
Hey, yeah, no, I'm the scientist. Here's the data. This is the interpretation of the data. It is what it is. The moment you start defending your data or making an excuse for why, oh, yeah, we removed that, but yeah, Celebrite still, or Axiom still does. All right. You see, now you are showing that you do have a personal connection to one side.
Right.
You are putting some thumb on the scale.
Right. I mean, therein lies the rub with every expert witness that testifies, for either side. It's always the thing, especially
they're all paid whores
like that.
Right. They're all paid whores. You order off the menu generally with kind of what kind of expert opinion you're looking for. Hey, before I pay you all this money, can you provide this kind of expert opinion? Why, yes, I can. In exchange for money, I can do that. I'm not saying that they are defrauding anybody, but you sell to your customer.
100%.
It's just how business works. I gave her a B+ when it comes to expert witnessing. I actually did really, really well, save for the evasiveness and the clear kind of personal connection that she had with trying to protect her data and make her data best and her interpretation best. I'm a cynic. I think a lot of jurors are cynics, and they go, all right, I see why this is not lockstep. And at the end, it was confusing. What tabs? We all get what a tab is. We can all understand tabs move forward and back. We understand that a tab is opened and closed at these specific times. But what you really told us is anything that happens during that time period where a tab is, who knows? And it doesn't record when things get done. It's not really accurate. You can't tell us specifically that it did or that it didn't happen. And that's really important.
And what the interplay of what the deletion means, like that was just never answered in any way, shape, or form. In terms of how does that affect your ability to be able to mine through this data and look at it and make it some kind of definitive determination? And if you go back and listen, Hank did not have her testify as to her opinion being within a reasonable degree of medical scientific certainty at all.
She told him on the front end, I can't do that.
Right.
And that's one of the things the defense is going to be able to do with some of this testimony is highlight the fact that there weren't any super clear answers.
Right.
If it was a super clear answer, the Commonwealth presentation is, 1, 2, 3, 4, done. It is not, all right, so this is really complicated. Let's explain it. And let's get down to the, when you do that, the jury walks away and goes, wow, that is complex. That's hard to understand. And they told me how I'm supposed to understand it after telling me how hard this is to understand. Do I trust them?
Right.
Do I pay attention to what the other side's throwing out there?
Hey, babe, do you have it playing? Because OnlyFans not spinning.
Oh,
yeah. Let's see. We had a full half hour anyway. Yeah, and I mean, like, if you're the state or the Commonwealth, whatever,
I still see time. It looks like
you don't want your case to be. You have to look at our case just so, in order to see it our way, and that's like the vibe. Because like this, I was telling our viewers today early on. The 227 Google search has really been the only thing that Hank has tried to get in front of. He's not concerning himself with the whole third-party culprit stuff. So the only potential bad fact that he's tried to get in front of was that 227 Google search. He did it first with, having Whiffen and then McCabe, and then he followed it up a few witnesses later with Hyde. And, to me, as far as the defense goes, all that is a seed and nothing more. It's a seed of reasonable doubt. They don't need to lean into it. I hope that they're not going to try to lean into it in the way that they did the first trial, because I don't think that you need to.
And that brings up a very good point, which is the aggression and emotional level of the defense, because just like the Commonwealth can overplay stuff, so can the defense. And we were talking about this in a couple forums yesterday. Jackson's aggression, I believe, is turned up just a little bit too much. And he is belaboring and highlighting points that I don't think he's still getting enough value from. He can get more value by moving on, by establish the fact, move on. The 227, it's gigantic to anybody watching Karen Read because it's been such a focus for 2 years.
Right.
Now, this jury, it's something, but is that really what they're paying attention to? Do they know the value of that 227 the way that we all see it as, oh, that's proof about the incident time. That's proof of not. I don't think that's been highlighted enough by the defense yet or the state for the jury to really put the value we know it has. It'll be up to the defense to establish that value as the case continues.
Herein lies the rub with that, though. Like, we both watched the first trial. We both listened to the testimony that was presented by both sides. And I walked away from that trial not having an answer that I was satisfied with from either expert in that first case. I don't know that that's ever going to change, because the bottom line is nobody knows what Apple's secret sauce is. You know, so like,
you can't get a conviction based on the mystery. You just, that hurts. It doesn't make sense. It's how jurors go. Man, I can't guess my way into a conviction.
Exactly. So what I want to see them do is just leave it as a seed of reasonable doubt. Don't lean into it. You don't need to lean into it, because Green and whoever they're going to put on isn't going to be able to establish it definitively that it did happen.
100%. And the important part from that is he doesn't have to establish this beyond a no, plant that seed, get it out there. You do not have to grow it all the way up into a giant tree. No, you got one there. Good.
Exactly.
Add it to the bucket. Eventually, your bucket is filled with a bunch of little issues. And when you get to a certain corpus of issues, there's no way the state can carry beyond a reasonable doubt. Why? There's 14 small questions. Totality of the circumstances, the entirety of the Commonwealth's case has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And we go back time and time again. The biggest problem with the Commonwealth's case is the sufficiency of evidence and the problems with the investigation. You can't convict anybody of a speeding ticket if the investigation and the facts the Commonwealth have suck. And if the cops that did the investigation boned it, sucks to be the Commonwealth. Happens. But defendants lose trials all the time because of a bad performance from their lawyer. Doesn't mean they get to go redo it. I can show you 1,000 appeals of inadequate counsel, and they all get rejected. The state has a problem with their case. Their current trajectory does not reflect, in my opinion, a reasonable pathway for their problematic case. The Proctor issue. Have we heard when he's coming up? Is he coming up?
I don't think they're calling him.
And then if they don't, does the defense, and what does that look like? Does Proctor try to frustrate service? He doesn't have an obligation anymore. He's a free agent. People ignore subpoenas all the time. What happens if Proctor has an axe to grind?
Well, that like that, I was pontificating about that when I knew that his dismissal from the MSP was official. I'm like, wouldn't it be like an unbelievable set of circumstances where he just decides to get up on that stand and flame throw the Commonwealth's entire case? I mean, obviously he's putting himself in peril from a legal perspective, but
is he? He ain't getting prosecuted for anything because he's got a great defense, and 1,000 lawyers would stand and go, yeah, you are not beating up on my client, the cop who's doing the good thing and then got burned. Yeah. There's no criminal action against Proctor.
100%.
I don't believe Proctor has a future in law enforcement, because I don't think he can find a quiet enough community to slide back in as an overpaid patrol officer in order to get a double retirement. Yeah, he's already made a pretty good living.
His days of copying are over.
Yeah, I think his days of copying are over. He should get into the media or something else. But I really am unknowing what he would say, how he would say it, and what his cooperation level is. Because, and call me crazy, I'm always from a defense perspective. You can turn Proctor into a win if the Commonwealth's brave enough. You just have to be willing to get up there and hoist Proctor up and crucify him. And go, hey, we're going to crucify you, but you're still going to testify to the evidence and work you did.
If you're the Commonwealth, like I don't see a world in which you think you're going to be able to get through your case in chief without calling the lead investigator, because just by way of the defense calling the lead investigator without him uttering a word is a win.
Yeah, so this was literally the last thing I thought about last night as I'm falling asleep because I can't sleep. And all right, your Brennan, your Lally, your whoever Morrissey is sitting in the room gaming out this trial. Proctor, guys, what are we going to do about Proctor? What are we going to do about Proctor? You know he's coming in.
Yeah.
If the Commonwealth doesn't bring him, the defense absolutely has to.
They have to.
What's the strategy? You think, and I'll just presume that Proctor's going to testify to what he did was what he did. I don't think he's going to lie. I don't think he's going to cheat. I think he's going to testify to what he did because he's already on the record. The moment he gets up there, he knows he's going to get attacked for all the terrible. How do you get out in front of that? Well, from a crisis intervention, you eat a lot of bad facts on the front end. You steal the thunder. You can't attack me nearly as effectively if I've already admitted and given you permission to hate me and be angry at me about the bad thing that I've done.
Right.
So I could see if the Commonwealth brings him, the starting point is a full fillet and grill
100%.
of Proctor by Brennan.
It's the only way they can do it.
Yep.
There's no other way to do it. They have to front the bad facts immediately in order to take the wind out of the defense's sail. But here's the interesting thing. In light of what's happened with his career, and really they've allowed him to become the scapegoat, meaning the Commonwealth. They've been very, very careful throughout this entire trial in terms of everybody that is from the law enforcement side to make sure that Proctor always had somebody with him, that Proctor was never on his own, that he always had Bukhenik was attached to the hip. Like they were just, he was never alone.
Was now the co-lead investigator.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that was another interesting thing. Bukhenik testified that they made him the lead. Like, so
yeah.
he flat out said it early on. But like, here's where it gets interesting when you're talking about when you've got Lally and Brennan and Morrissey sitting in a room and they're like, all right, we got to work out the Proctor problem, man. It's like, we need to figure this out.
Yeah.
Is Proctor still game to come in to that, to prep with them? Like, where is his head at?
Aiden's reported, at least someone reported that Aiden reported that they're not calling Proctor.
I mean, that's
a giant question that nobody knows the answer, because can the Commonwealth proceed straight-faced with a case and have any hope at BRD without their lead investigator who's been fired?
Have you ever seen it in your career?
Yeah,
in any case?
I don't, not with anybody that's been canned like that. I've won a number of cases due to unavailable officers. I've won a couple cases where we have officers admit bad stuff. That's generally that's what they were doing in the first trial. The interesting optic is they get to do it again. And that's where Proctor's response to all this. If I'm handling a Proctor kind of cop who has screwed up, the first thing you do is build them up on cross-examination. Hey, what's your name? Officer. Okay, and you're a cop. Tell me about being a cop. Let's go back in time. Talk about why you became a cop. Let's talk about all the good things that you do as a cop and your training and how important it is. And I'm going to be super supportive of you. Then I'm going to talk about the future. And I'm going to talk about where you're going to go with your cop life and how you're going to keep doing this, that, and the other. All right, now let's talk about what brings us here today. Your work today on this investigation. Let's talk about all the great things that you did, because you're a great fucking cop and you did all this stuff incredibly and da-da-da-da-da. Now, we're really proud of the work you did. I want to talk about some other things. Could you have also done this? Would that have been a better investigation? You didn't do this. Did you choose not to do that, or was that training? Like, and you just keep buttering them up, and you'll have the nicest cross-examination, and the cop will tell the jury how they could have done a lot more and done a lot better.
Right.
And if you can get the officer to admit that, from my perspective, it's a pretty good cross-examination. With a Proctor, you could basically win the case if he doesn't push back. And if he pushes back super hard, you can still win the case based off of him.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
So
go ahead, babe.
I was just going to shift gears to this shoe. I mean, I think what we're all assuming is that they just inadvertently put on the shoe from the hospital the day before. So I think you've got a right shoe and a left shoe, and that whichever one this isn't, went in before, and all of that, like we've been saying, just shows how messy they are, how bad the investigation was.
Sloppy.
Sloppy.
It's a reflection of just the bungled investigation.
And the prosecution at this point,
Well-
they introduced the evidence.
Yeah, but the prosecution's not the evidence. You know what I mean?
But
I
they
can-
introduced that.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But in terms of like that Bowden defense, you're living in this because the one big problem, and I hope that the defense really goes a lot further than they did in trial one in terms of the absolute importance of a chain of custody. It is the only thing that allows everybody that's involved outside of law enforcement to let us know that they didn't plant evidence, that they didn't manipulate evidence, that evidence wasn't disappeared. We know exactly whose hands it and who hands it went into, one after another. We have that chain to where we could see it. If there's a break in that chain, it's got to be made clear to the jury how critical that is, because you can't trust the evidence now.
It's a fundamental issue. It's
huge.
Yeah, these are all disposable gloves, but they all have a hole in them. Okay, since you have a hole in all of them, kind of upsets everybody's use of those disposable gloves. There's an inherent, unwaivable problem of sloppiness. Juries have two fears: wrongful acquittal, wrongful conviction. Wrongful conviction is a huge fear when there's sloppiness at play. And juries are scared of that shit, especially if you highlight, hey, are we going to sloppy our way into a conviction? How do you feel about hand washing rules?
Right.
What if your surgeon decides to skip or just not really do the hand? Is that okay? Are we going to okay that? Procedure matters for a reason.
100%.
Babe, it's Joe Schmo's birthday.
I was going to say happy birthday, Joe Schmo.
Happy birthday, Joe Schmo. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Joe. We love you, buddy. You guys covering that over on Live Trial TV? You guys doing, Reed? Happy birthday, brother. It's good to see you.
Yeah, I'm amazed at the coverage of Reed. It really is poking into big chunks of popular culture, and it's shocking, especially with the other stuff in the true crime universe. We got Weinstein and Diddy going right now.
Diddy's going. I mean, they're picking a jury in Diddy. And
I know we were talking about our
So there's
daughter
there's
covering
a
that.
bounty out for what was the plea offer he declined. So he was offered a plea. It got declined. Yeah. I imagine, considering the allegations, it was something like 20 or 30 years in prison, you die. But if you live a long time, you might walk out.
Right.
Like, there's no way it was.
It wasn't a tasty offer. That's for sure. Like, there's no chance that it was something that was palatable to him. You know, it's like, and that's a shame. Like, in terms of like pop culture, I don't know there's ever been a bigger trial than that. I mean, OJ maybe, but in terms of,
depends on what the response is. By no cameras, by like it destroys the interest of people when there's not an image to attach to.
Exactly.
You are unmuted.
Mandy, I know about the Twin Boys case. There's so much happening in Detroit right now. There's so many
The jury's
stories.
coming over, but did you want to give me those text messages or no?
No more discussion about
I don't
the damn
need to
show.
have them.
No, I had walked downstairs.
And I got the quiet keyboard today because I'm at the office.
Good boy.
clackety clack.
No kidding.
Moving on, thank you.
Yes, April. Presenting the wrong evidence to the jury is a great way to show how poorly the investigation was handled. We'll circle back. Leslie never speaks.
Your keyboard is still clacking.
Man, I've got big muscular fingers. I'm actually getting texts from someone up there and is going, "Oh my God, the shoes, the shoes!" It's been
you're clacking. I'm going to
fascinating the
mute your
different
ass.
people in
Just
life
be warned.
come out on this one.
Well, because the shoes in the first picture, it does very much look like the shoe has a black sole. We've decided it's a shadow. I don't know how it's a shadow, but I believe that if it wasn't, the defense would be making a pretty big deal out of it. But I know I can understand why people got all up in arms about the shoe to begin with. That's not to mention all the other things that's wrong with the shoe.
I mean, for me, David Letty's really kind of slipped into the Lally role, which is a shame because I think he's a hell of a lawyer.
Nah.
And out of like the three, he
Nah.
has. I mean, who's he crossed thus far?
All right, so the court, service entry.
Oh God, no. The answer is no. If I would have mailed Afton stickers, I would have mailed your stickers. The good thing is I still have them. I haven't given them away. So they're in my possession.
He's the worst.
I'm the worst. I'm the worst. Yeah, it's a good question, Jim. And like I think the defense has to file a motion to reconsider.
Door's been open.
Back in session, you may be seated.
Yeah.
All right, are you all set, Mr. Brennan?
I am, thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
Just got to tell Danica some terrible.
Sir, when we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show
What?
that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
What kind of sick? Oh,
Sloppy.
he's getting the other bag. He's getting the other bag. Do you have it with you? That's bullshit. I don't think he did have it with. Wait, it is the same bag. He's dipping into the same bag. He read from that bag. He read it.
We just put the other shoe. We switched the shoes. That's all.
Yeah, right shoe, left. Man, it was dark. Come on,
Potato.
guys. We were really busy.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yeah, I'll say yes to anything.
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
There, Mr. Jackson's. Oh, Mr. Jackson. Sorry.
86.
Yannetti ain't no lally. He's gonna be doing all sorts of shit.
I love you now.
Trooper Bukhenik, there are two more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Bukhenik, there are two more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those two of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Bukhenik show it to the jury?
Yes.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper?
Wow, they encased it in some kind of plexiglass thing.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Of course.
Exhibit 87.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
And Trooper Bukhenik, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
The court's permission?
Yes.
Could you show the backside, please? May I approach?
Yes, thank you. Next exhibit, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit 88.
Thank you.
No, that's Exhibit 88.
I'm sorry?
Maybe approach reading.
Oh, okay.
I've never seen evidence in Boston plexiglass like that, man. It's weird. Wow, it's strange.
Yeah.
What are they taking a
I
break?
really wonder what the airflow is like in that. So I was in a little teeny crappy courtroom yesterday, and we actually talked about courtrooms and then discussed how this was a selection by the defense.
Yeah.
It's got to be awful. Like all that
Terrible.
hot, steamy air and
Yeah, just the smells.
yeah.
Got the dude with gingivitis in the second row of the gallery, and it's just wafting up.
It's an old building. I wonder how the air handling is. Like,
Dude, it's like my favorite history professor ever. Like, and it was like the first time it had resonated with me, and I think I was like a junior in high school, but this guy was like vividly just creating the mental picture of what it was like in Constitutional Hall when that group of guys were in that room.
the old-timey days were stinky. People, man, fierce.
They didn't have windows you could open, dude.
Fierce. Like, you think about the olden day. Here's the number one. They smell. They smell terrible.
Bad.
All the time. Like,
Breath, armpits, ass, everything that smells smelled.
all those, when you see those now recently colorized live movies of San Francisco in 1890, man, imagine wearing the same woolen outfit all day, every day, and washing it like once a week. Like, if that. Like,
If that.
just, and horses. You rode a horse all the time. Go ride a horse for a day.
Oh my
You-
God.
you
They
will
used
smell.
to,
You,
they used to
you
dump their shit out of the windows.
Yeah, the shit streams. That's where curbs and sidewalks and all that, because before plumbing, you just poured that out the front.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
people, how did the Japanese invent those crazy sandals with the wood blocks in it? It's because you were walking through 3 inches of poo every day. Like, it's horrifying the way humanity was when you start complaining about how awful we had it.
I know, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, that courtroom, like I had somebody who came in it, they were telling me, man, it's like actually
Jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting
it does in real
is
life.
recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So
Really?
we do appreciate your patience. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Trooper Bukhenik, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you call it.
Man, he's
What was your
wearing not
next
purple
step?
clothes. That's wrong, man.
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item, being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple of days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures. Yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle, or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd,
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan, last name?
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an E-tool, military style E-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street, or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes,
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
we did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow. So we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Let me just ask you a couple questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believe to be evidence, what was the process for handling it?
On this day, we identified an evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would a person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items were bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
Oh, yeah.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Your Honor, may I approach before Trooper Bukhenik
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Did you show Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry. Hand you a series of photographs and ask you to take a look at them, see if you recognize them.
I've never seen an article of clothing encased in like that. That was such a show with that.
I do recognize them.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I have moved this series of photographs and evidence.
Any
No
objection?
objection.
Okay. We'll mark them separately, please.
Yeah, you know, when you finger the outside and inside of the gloves and ring them around your hands, kind of pointless after that.
No kidding. He looks like he would rather be mowing the lawn in nude in the wind. Like he is not a happy testifier right now.
Well, he knows what's coming.
Yeah.
He knows what's coming. Maybe he just pulled new gloves out. I can't tell.
Yeah. Bitcoin just hit 100 grand.
Wow.
Those items, were they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury. And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
He found it, so it's fine, even though it's not his.
Oh, good. Trust me.
Babe, did you remove me?
I did. I knew you were going to be off screen for a minute.
Amanda, it'd be fascinating to see how the Commonwealth moves forward. Like the insufficiency, it's a huge tell.
Thank you.
And if the Commonwealth doesn't put together a fulsome and complete case, that really begs the question about ethics and what Brennan's doing. And not to, throw shade on Brennan. He's a good lawyer. He's doing really well.
These two are taped together.
Why?
When you found them,
try
were they
this
taped
case if
together?
You're not going to bring
No,
the
they're
full
taped
submission?
together by the lab.
They're a match. This is my puzzle. I'll tape it together.
Oh, it was kind of funny, the response when Turtle Boy put me up on the
There's also a
babe.
Twitter.
canister labeled debris collection. That number is
Pause it, babe.
22-02184.
Oh, don't pause it.
Yeah, don't pause it.
All right, don't pause it.
We'll have breaks.
7-8.1.
I wanted to ask him about that. This part. I wish we could blip right past the introduction of evidence, but everybody needs to see it. You know, like this specific evidence, people are.
It's key.
This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Somebody
all the
go-
items in that bag?
I want to know if those were in a stamped wax bag last time.
Oh, you're a good man, Mr. Chenko.
Altogether, there are.
I have lunch. Thank you, Mr. Judd.
It does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You know how to move those items into evidence, please?
I feel like they're trying to distinguish between the breaking off of the piece that was in the one bag.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay. We only
Starting
don't
with
take
Exhibit 89,
pictures
which
if
is
we don't want to.
490 7690.
Once all the pieces are placed, we got no issue taking pictures. That's okay.
Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in
That seems absurd.
an area.
I want to test this out. I want to find snow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Put stuff in it before there's snow on the
Is
ground.
the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
All right,
Thank you.
and that one looks.
I can next show Exhibit 90, which is P492 7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that?
How do they?
Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P515 7721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please? Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490 7690, a different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493 7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please?
Don't forget to zoom in on that.
How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
I was probably 45 to an hour.
What? It's sitting right there,
And finally,
plain
if
as
I
day.
could show Exhibit 94, P503 7707. And could you zoom in, please?
I'd like the time. What's the metadata on these photographs?
And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Why is the grass
Thank you.
red?
If you could take that down, please.
Is the grass red?
When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you retrieve 536 for us, please?
Who uses a black plastic drinking straw in a shots glass anyway?
I was gonna say, is it like a little teeny stirring
Rocks
straw,
glass,
or like what are we talking
right.
about?
If, maybe
I'd
if
move this
it's
piece
that.
of evidence into.
'Cause it was a rocks
into
glass.
evidence.
No objection. All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it marked.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's marked.
Showing the photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What's it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed.
Yes, it was.
Let's move this into evidence.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 98.
I'm still dying to find out how one gets turtled, but I guess I'll wait for the break.
Oh, is it?
I ask you to open this and show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
The gloves are just performant. Like no one's testing this for any more DNA. Come on, hey, we got to give him some CSI right here. Let's make it look all officially and stuff.
I'm a good cop.
Yes.
All right, Mandy. Still got it. She's quick, that one.
This is a birthday card from 1978. No, sorry. It was a stirry stick.
Yeah, you're right. That makes sense. That tracks.
Yep. Now the
With
question
court's permission,
is
I'd like
that the
to
same
show
kind of
Exhibit
stirry
98
stick
to the
that-
jury.
well, at the bar, but
And that is P4887688. Sir, could you look at that photograph? And Ms. Gilman, could you close? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
It's probably, with my estimate, 15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant.
Why
Yeah,
has no
probably
one
15
gone
to 20
out and
feet,
recreated
if I had to
these
estimate.
measurements
Thank you.
between now and then? Either side, take some measurements. The defense obviously would have to be
You
an
mentioned
estimate.
that one of the items
time.
that you went back to Fairview to try to find was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had
Did you
learned
check
that
inside the
Mr.
house?
O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to
So you looked in the house.
being discovered.
Did you or the team ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
I know, Julie. What do they need measurements for when the scene can speak to Trooper Paul?
All right, move that item
But
to
you,
evidence.
you didn't get the camera from across.
So this is
the street or
going to be
talk anybody
96.
inside the house or any of the other things that any other investigation. You did get the stirry stick. You totally got that stirry stick.
96.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, Trooper Bukhenik, could you open that and show it to the jury?
I don't remember. It's a very good question because that definitely bled. That injury to his head.
Yeah, that seems well sealed.
What's it, a Blue Lives Matter shirt?
I was gonna say that's a back the blue, the flag with the stripe in the middle.
Of course.
Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was photographed, was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Or the place it was put. I mean, one or the other. The missing of a hat is kind of ridiculous. I mean, the McCabe should have seen the Albert should have seen a hat in your
a series
yard.
Take a look at it. The first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
Oh, the only place there was still accumulated snow. Because that looked like just enough.
The second photo is a
Track a cat.
close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo.
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag on the front of the hat, and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
Oh, they call it a thin blue line.
Mm-hmm.
And the fourth
something to be proud
photograph
of.
is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it, with grass showing from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order to identify them. Your honor, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection, your honor.
That's bullshit, thin
Want
blue
those
line.
four
That
separate or
wow.
A,
I-
B,
it-
C?
But do you touch it or not?
No, I guess not.
It's so electric.
It's electric.
Telling you, we need a mixtape for this entire trial. It's raining men.
Trying to rebrand it though, calling it the Thin Blue Line hat. Rewrite history.
So my dad brought me back these 2 McDonald's things with like no meat on. It's just like the egg. Yeah, there's no meat.
You've been hanging around with Kirk Nermy too much, man. That's a Kirk sandwich.
I don't even eat the biscuits.
No,
Hey,
he just eats the meat and
there's
the
just too
egg.
much biscuit. Like, and I hate to say it, it's just too much bread. Like, useless bread is kind of awful. Like, I'm a regular half the bun. And,
Of course,
and
Commissioner, I'd
don't
like to
give
show
me
these
a
photographs to the jury.
disproportionate bun.
Beginning with 99A, P526 7733, please.
Man,
Well,
Could you close up just a little bit, please?
well then
Sir, can you describe what you see here?
I guess that would be
Yes,
hard.
that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
We could next show 99B, P527 7735.
This is again the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529 7739, please.
Where's all the
Once
other
pulled out,
excavating?
and flipped over. Again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe.
Is this like
that was
a
discovered
bullseye
frozen flat to the grass
excavation?
at the scene.
The first place our shovel hits.
Thank
I
you.
need to
You
see
can take
wider
that
out
down, please.
pictures. Maybe I'm being
Yeah, these
unfair.
pictures aren't awesome.
But it looked like the only place excavated. But like I said, maybe I'm.
Did you search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
Just
We
excavated
can see
those
from
spots.
those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
Yeah, John.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item.
Is
that was
did he
present.
literally just say the
On February
investigation
4th,
involved
the next day,
drive-bys to
2022,
watch
did you receive a
melting?
call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was
Jen
I don't want
McCabe.
you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
yes,
From what group?
it was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say directed check, you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
As you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police?
Yes,
I was on my
Did
way.
you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
Man, I can't wait for the cross. I got to see those
This
pictures
is all
again.
good. The cross is the gold.
Yeah, because some of those pieces just look like they were like really resting on top of the white snow, where others, all right, fine, they were kind of mixed in with the grass, mixed in with the snow, poking, leaning. And I still don't understand the, like he said, now it's been plowed. So how much of that came out of the street from the snowplow? If that's even where it was, I mean.
What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
Oh, I found out where the applause went. We can only have 100 sound bites, so Mandy has to strategically delete one.
Okay, well, she can strategically delete. Yay, it's back.
Back. I had to delete one yesterday to get whatever I put on.
We had a copyright violation for the Price is Right sound because some band used the Price is Right sound at the end of one of their songs.
Yeah.
Like you don't.
Is that 710, sir?
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
Oh, Mandy.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Bukhenik open the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
The scene was not secured. There's no question about that. But the question becomes, there were 2 or 3 pieces discovered the first day, and those pieces did fit into the reconstruction of the tail light, which I don't think would have been possible without all these other pieces. They would have never been able to prove that those couple of pieces came from that without all these. So if there was a planting, I think they started with what was there, what they found, and then was like, wow, we need it all if we're going to put the puzzle together and prove it's from that taillight. Could be any old taillight.
Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
Of course
It
not.
was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
And what was Trooper Proctor doing? I was on my way over. I was headed there already when I got a call.
The first page, you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these into evidence. A and B, court permission.
Any objection, Mr. Johnson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 101A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please.
What a fucking Weasley little
Is that a
liar,
photograph of
dude.
the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting.
I want to see when they lift it up. That looks like bull.
on the-
Why
on
is
the
the
lawn.
snow
Is
not
that
melted
on the lawn or on the pavement?
under it?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47?
It's over a footprint. There's a footprint under it, a frozen footprint.
Thank you. You could take it down, please.
Right? Go back and look at it. Loop back,
When you
babe.
recovered those items, did you go
What?
through the same protocol?
Am I
of gloves
crazy?
and bags?
Probably not.
And again.
And could we show the
It's
was melting.
literally over. Like
Um,
that looks like a footprint to me.
on the lawn.
It does.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
It's
And
not
you would
spot-
think
That's
to
on the
be
lawn.
melted
And could we show
under
the
it.
close-up, please, P47? Thank you. You could take it down, please.
Was that the same piece there? From a
Yep.
distance?
When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I still would think that that piece of plastic, the snow would have melted under it and leaving that shape.
And it's all questionable. It's all messy. There's no firmness. There's no, this is exactly what happened. Like, and that's just the continuation of the totality argument from the defense. And
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Yeah. It's funny you said that, Helena. I was looking for that clip.
Describe generally the size of the items in that bag.
To play on the live where Andy's shaking the.
Can I open it?
Please.
Hole in the pocket. Hole in the pocket.
Yeah, shaking his wall out in the yard over
Yep.
10 years.
They never approached the line. Never approached the line. What are we? Tully's not wrapped up in that?
Crawled through 500 yards, the most unimaginable shit known to man. It came up the side clean.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag?
Is that one individually marked? Yeah. I want a loose one that's not
In
individually
total of the
marked.
6 items in that bag?
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieved those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times.
We just figured what
It
it
was the same general vicinity. And we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Murder of a cop.
Were they in any
We don't need to
remarkably
document it.
different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the? Let me rephrase that.
Yeah. Why don't you not lead him?
Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located.
General area.
It was on the left side of the lawn, but near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there
What
another
about the
group
fire hydrant?
of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us? May I approach? I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence or not. Could you produce 7-12, please?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to know when that woman started trying to piece the puzzle together. Was it when she got them all?
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection.
What's in it?
Exhibit 103.
Oh, he's going to open it.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Bukhenik open the bag?
Yes.
Yeah, Gigi. Yeah. Okay, so now they're finding taillight near the flagpole. It shattered on impact. How would it get there? Shit was flying everywhere off of his bruiseless arm.
Exploding tail light.
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I'm going to have to open the wax bag.
Please.
I need someone to go back and tell me how many wax bags there were the first trial. Because now they've got all the little pieces somehow contained. This is going back to the whole, he said there were 2 pieces placed in a bag. On the first trial, there was 3 pieces, and they're trying to say that's the third piece is just a little piece that fell off the first piece, and that's why it wasn't separately labeled with a sticker. Then he said the small pieces can't get separately labeled with a sticker, but they're in a wax bag. I don't remember wax bags, but that means nothing.
Yeah. I know the wax bags just because I've seen them. They're, you know, the little bag that the Chinese delivery place puts 2 little teeny egg rolls in?
Right. I just don't remember it from the first trial.
Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand. And this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not. No.
Any different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
I know exactly.
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
Did the Alberts have no camera? I
Yeah,
thought they
Proctor.
had a Ring camera, babe. None.
No, they had the Arlo camera, remember?
No, that's the people
No,
across
that's
the street.
across the street.
Oh, I don't
Alberts didn't have anything. And didn't come outside, and no one knocked on the door.
They got a camera later because we've seen video camera of Offendaffer or somebody on his.
Going up there, yeah.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from CF McCarthy's, the waterfall.
The neighbor across the street.
There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
Owner, right? Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation
with him?
No, I'm not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message.
Okay, tell us about those
cell
texts.
phone tower, voice communications.
Okay, do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes,
You
they
got a
do.
little group text going, do you? Let's hear about it.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael
Swarming
Proctor and
comments.
others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive
You gonna try to front it
a
right
text
now?
or a text
Yep.
chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
Extra job. Because
When you
I
received
make
that
all my
text to
money
text
running
chain, did you
traffic at the
respond?
airport Off hours.
Wait,
I
pause it.
$190
acknowledged
an
the
hour
text.
for that.
I did not respond.
So
I also am some sort of detective.
right before telling, he's like, he hasn't even told him which text.
Yeah.
He just keeps saying, "Did you receive a text chain?" And he said, "Where were you when you received that?" He's like,
Oh,
"Well,
I
for the
remember. I was at my real job.
for the specific text you're asking me about, even though you haven't identified one yet, I was really freaking busy, so I did not pay attention, nor did I respond. I was at Logan's Airport for that."
Doing traffic.
He's on traffic duty that day. All right, let's
Yeah.
see what they're
Because
doing.
that's what a 10, 20 year experience traffic. Fine work, Lou.
With verbiage.
He's already.
And during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
Wow.
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through, and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes.
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
There was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You
Jury
did
has no
react with the
clue
thumbs up?
what you're doing,
I
Brennan.
acknowledged the text message that he sent,
Did
a
you
portion of
LOL?
the information that came through on my watch.
It's all going to
And
be
the
on
2
cross.
sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes,
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain? I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a
Objection.
review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
Leading.
that's correct.
Yeah, here we go. This is where it's going. And then it's going to be lunch.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
I'm telling you, they.
Did it relate to
No.
the review
What did it relate
process
to?
of a subordinate?
Oh, we're not going to get into that until cross. You know that we are just buttering this to. Hey, and
What was that
it
second
worked.
sustained
Everybody got
finding
punished when they screwed up,
about?
right? And people screw up
The
all the
accurate-
time, right?
Oh, Jesus.
Like,
I fucked up. All right.
Rewind.
I don't even know.
State police
Keep going.
make any finding against you for that?
Result of that,
Did react with the thumbs up?
All
I
right.
acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes,
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain? I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
that's correct.
Leading.
Sustained is to full.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Leading.
Sustained is to full.
What was that second sustained finding
There you
about?
go, Brennan.
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No,
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings against you?
there was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Do you presently work in the homicide division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are
Oh,
you
yeah, no, they didn't
currently
actually
a sergeant?
cover anything.
I am.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal
Process.
investigation.
Bullshit.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, no, I never went over this with my lawyers a million different times. No, my lawyers are stupid and I'm stupid.
And I didn't read it the first time around.
Now, I
Okay.
didn't read it. I ain't gonna admit it.
And do you think that Michael Proctor is a big
Oh,
giant piece of
Look
shit?
at that. He's got to drink that water now. Guzzle, guzzle, buddy.
He's a big piece of shit.
May I stand here? Sure. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the
Reading it when I
intricate
got it.
details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Want to sign anything?
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
From?
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Hey, can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is,
Better call
sir.
Proctor.
I don't know who wrote these.
Yes.
I've only been questioned about these, talked about, been confronted with these hundreds of times.
Never heard of him.
It identifies this as your phone.
That is, yes.
Yeah, it's
Each
mine.
comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. If you've made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, can you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Knows damn
Why don't we
well who
start
made
over
the
because it could have
comment.
been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and
Like,
it says
this
no
has
nudes
not
so
been
far.
planned. Jesus.
Again, this I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who is writing these?
That might be.
Look at him.
I don't
Yes,
know. Like,
I
I know
believe
him,
it
but
is.
like,
Next, please.
Fucking bastard.
There's a blank page.
bullshittery is.
And that's the end.
Yeah, I barely even know what these are.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you guys catch that Belichick interview? That's amazing.
How about those Celtics?
Yeah.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
Oh yeah, I'm still a great cop. I'm still perfect. There's no reason to.
I want to go back to the
Like,
evidence
I
that
don't
you
mean to
reviewed in
just
this
be
case.
pissed off.
Okay.
But this is so contrived. It's so manufactured. This entire exchange, they literally sat down beforehand and were like,
Did you
"All
get
right,
to
we gotta face this
look at the ring
We're gonna
video
do
for
this
John
and make
O'Keefe's
it
home
slow
at
and
Meadows?
chop."
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is, it's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Wow.
Thank you. When you reviewed the video from the ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If I could have video 119.
Yannetti was the lawyer, Karen Reed's lawyer.
And did you drive over the curb? You killed that little bit of grass in the corner?
Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a
From the
problem.
Can
bag?
you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Did you have, there's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please?
Is that John O'Keefe's brake lights on? Oh, there's the headlights. What? Shining on the brake lights. What are they showing this one for?
Yeah, I'm wondering, what are they?
And why are they still showing it? They want us to be noticing something going on at the end of the driveway there.
Thank you.
What was the date on that one?
In your investigation,
29th day of the.
did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39 on the evening of January 29, 2022?
There was no ring video for that time frame.
Did you look for ring video around 5:07:58 that morning on January 29, 2022?
That he
Yes,
just
I
played
did.
Could we
507.
see video 153, please?
He just played. Oh, this is.
Boom.
Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please?
And the taillight was full, right?
Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Or was there?
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
We have exhibit or video 159, please.
So the prosecution's putting this into allege Karen deleted the missing videos. Like, oh, the
Thank
only
you.
ones missing are the
Did
ones
you
that
later
were
see video at
incriminated.
10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
We have video
I want to
161,
waste a good
please.
opportunity.
Defense uses the same missing video to establish the
Could you stop that,
prosecution.
please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play?
Is she ringing the doorbell?
Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1 minute
And the
segment?
jury,
of
remember, the
video
jury's just sitting here
165?
watching it. We all know this. The jury's got to be like, what? All right, yeah, I saw a bunch of videos. You guys clearly mean for us to
Stop that
take away
video.
a lot of
Do you know who
info
that
from-
is?
I saw some videos.
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please.
Why would she leave her car there? That's what I don't understand. Why are they pretending that she should have left her car? That's
Stop that. Do you know who
consciousness of
exited
guilt.
the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please.
What's he looking for?
John's other shoe.
Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please?
Yeah, because they're going to drive the car. He's dusting it off, or she, whoever it is. Highly suspicious. They all guilty. Look how that just proves that they knew that taillight was busted at
Yeah,
34 Fairview Drive. Was she not supposed to pick up her car? I mean, it's asinine. It's asinine that they're acting like she should have just left her car because there's a storm and she didn't need it.
I really wonder if Papa
Did you
Reed
look at
needs
video
to
from
be called by the
12:40?
defense. I think
Yes,
Papa
I did.
Reed's a great witness.
Could we have video 171?
I think they're also showing they never planned on staying. They always leaving. That's
I think what they're doing is just using him as the witness to lay the foundation and put all this shit into evidence.
well, I know, but the reason because his whole consciousness of guilt theory, like that she didn't leave because of anything Mrs. O'Keefe said. She was always planning on leaving. These two didn't even go in.
I don't know how much he even needs to go into that. I think that it's, we're reading too much. Keep it simple, stupid. Just play it and make the case if you're the Commonwealth. It's interesting. No one goes even over
Yeah,
to the
175.
taillight, and if it's broken, man, I just want to touch things. If it's broken, I want to touch it. Like,
Yeah, you're
human
fucking
nature.
with it. Like God.
Yeah.
No.
I think that the glass matching is something that is an opportunity that they haven't gone into enough.
No, I think they established that it is the
It's
one that
from
came from the
Waterfall.
bar. Yeah. But I don't know because they put somebody from, I think one of their experts does it. At least that I recall that. But
I remember it getting wrapped up last time, but
Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video. No.
which morning? What?
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see after the snow melted what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please?
Show us something inverted, please.
Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sallyport, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
100%.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video?
Yes.
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
We just did that, Brennan. He cannot say what's in that picture. That's for the jury to say.
If we could go back to video 153
Objection
from Exhibit
coming.
6.
Does it look like it? Does it look the same right here? He does not get to say that.
If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
Yes, it is.
You stop, please. Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I would have objected. That's for the jury to decide. He can't say what it reflects.
Any of your documents, sir? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
Okay. Any objections to Jackson?
There you go.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6. At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dayton, but before that, did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dayton address?
We'll explain
Yes.
later, Kate.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please? Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11?
I think the defense wants him to be like super unequivocal so that they can.
Did you have a
show.
chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dayton
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
Yes.
Was there any difference seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of every single image that I saw.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dayton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
No objection.
Exhibit 105.
Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear taillight?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is video 1, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you play video 2, please? Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear taillight?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on, please. Sir, did you have an opportunity to review video from CF McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 20th, January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bar, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, we'll raise the council side up for just a second, please. Jurors, feel free to stand.
I mute Josh's clacking. He's heavy fingered. What do you think, Bay?
I was going back to look at Be in Trouble 31 because he said we could use his videos because the light wouldn't be on, is what his video showed, or it would be red.
Right. There is no white light.
There is no white light. And I was looking at that picture. If you go back, like I got a look from last year, but it's got this little red thing in the middle of it that I didn't remember seeing. And when I was just glancing through
There are
Be in Trouble
2022.
31's stuff, it looked like he might have done something about the two pictures.
And the more they focus in on, the more it becomes an issue.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from CF McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson has no objection?
There's no objection on that.
The defense is just going to eat him up. They just let him say it as conclusively as he wants. It's not there. It's not there. It's not there. As much as I would have wanted to object, and then be like, well, what about
And it
now?
doesn't matter what he's going to testify to. Like,
The jury's got eyes.
exactly.
We all have eyes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your opinion of what I should see. Gaslighters. A whole team of gaslighters.
Gaslighter!
Exactly, fire lawyer. We're just giving him that robe. Maybe they did. We don't know what ARCA did afterwards.
Yeah. All right, guys, and I
Yes,
hate
I do.
to cut this off, but I got to get a couple.
There's still
things
frames
done
from
this afternoon.
CF McCarthy's on
I'm going to try to
January
lock
28th,
back in
2022
maybe
at
here in a couple hours. I just got to get a couple affidavits done, some other things, and I'll be at my home office. Then tomorrow I should be here for a good chunk of the day as well.
Take care of your shit.
Cross should be
Fire.
Like the cross. And Brennan is a far better lawyer than what the Commonwealth had the first time. He's dealing with clay that has big chunks of poop in it. It's crappy. Sucks to be him. He's doing a good job. But the cross, woo. But again, my concern with Jackson, and don't overplay it, man. Don't. You come off bad. But I'll catch up with you all here soon. I'll be listening to you in the car.
Love
All
you, brother.
right.
Love you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
I think he can go as hard as he wants to.
9/26/01
Bukhenik.
as timestamped on the
We should
footage
update
cam.
this
Are there 4
banner
photographs?
and not say
There are.
Bukaki.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence. No objection.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
I think Alan's going to rip him a new asshole. Not going to be
Yep.
able to help himself.
Nope. Oh, I can't wait for it because, God, I want to reach through and punch him in the throat. That's consistent.
Who do you want to throat punch? Jackie?
So I'm showing you 4
And
more
Brennan.
photographs. You take a look.
What are they doing?
Somebody's like touching their mic obnoxiously.
It's Lally.
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They're still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of
Just
29th.
go to sleep for this part.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
Like, can you figure out a way to do it quickly?
Boring.
She got a drink. She got a drink. Here's a receipt. She got a drink. She got a drink. And there's a drink. And she's drinking.
There, I just played the whole video for you.
Right.
In the form of a sound clip. You're welcome. Moving on.
Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Trooper, I may stop you with a couple points.
We have very little
Yes, sir.
grouping.
Yeah, events that took place at CF McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is time-stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be time-stamped 2051, which is 8:51. So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received in drinks?
Sorry, Melissa.
Have been consumed by the defendant?
Yes. So the first video,
There's a giant spider on my
as
computer.
it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please.
There's a spider down there. Allie may be a badass, but she don't play with bugs.
You stop it there.
Uh,
Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier. And then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please.
I mean, that one's got to have siblings or some shit. I'm worried now.
yeah, you and the girls, when you say it's a huge spider,
No.
and you see it, it's the size of a pinhead.
No. It was big. It was fast.
We could proceed to 9:10.
Its front legs almost looked like antennas because they were like going. So I was,
Did you get it?
yeah. I was like, afraid to touch it, but I mean, it was the fastest spider I've ever seen.
I mean,
What did that
Climbing
show,
up from
sir?
the back.
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
9:27, please.
Might
that's
have
just
been
all
a
the
wolf
other
spider.
critters.
Look at what a wolf spider looks like.
Oh, God.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. It looked like a wolf spider.
We remember it. We remember this video. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Yeah, she's right. It was a wolf spider.
Yeah. They can get pretty big.
I mean, relatively big, not like tarantula big, but for spider big, this thing was.
And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 932.
Bloop, bloop.
Okay.
Do we have blooping? That'd be great.
I'm blooping. Bloop.
Right there.
I think we'll just have to play it and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't
I
look like
think
it
you can
be
keep
stopped.
going.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage.
John mixes it for her.
Alcohol content that she's consuming.
Why are they all worried about what she's drinking?
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Who's the other guy in the light blue hat?
John's buddy. I forget what his name is. Mike, some shit.
Oh.
Bloop, bloop. We don't have much blooping. Tell you that.
I don't see much consuming of the drink.
No, it's just kind of sitting there. A lot of lines.
Where are all the videos of her drinking the drink? What's this little exchange?
I don't know. Need some blooping though. Bloop. Bloop. Bloop.
It's like, hey, don't you want to drink that drink, Karen?
Hey, you gonna fuck with that thing or what?
A lot of smiling, a lot of
Getting all
laughing.
diluted. Your drink's getting diluted. We don't do that here. Gotta drink that shit. Let's
The
go.
girl, like, come on, drink your little drink.
Bloop. Did she ever pick that glass up?
Not since that shot's been in it. Now who showed up?
The guy from around the way. How you doing? How's it going? How you doing? How you doing?
You want to drink of this drink I'm not drinking? I got this drink I'm not drinking.
I mean, I have not seen her pick that particular drink up yet.
No.
Bloop. There it is, all filled with limes.
Limey.
Seem pretty friendly. You guys know each other?
Good God.
What's up, Kiefer?
See ya.
She's not drinking that drink.
Where you been?
Still not drinking that drink. Are you all blooped up?
I mean, I'm close.
Well,
I'm trying to conserve some blooping.
well, right now we just see a lot of smiling and
That's it.
standing. That's it.
At the end, blooped out.
No drinking, no fighting.
Oh, Sydney says that guy is Carrie Roberts' husband in the video.
Oh. Oh, look, he's like, hey, what about your drink? You can drink that
So
drink
right
over
there,
there.
we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket. And he put it back.
Interesting.
They just want to establish that thing's kept in his rear
Case is
pocket.
over. Case solved. Nice job, Bukhenik.
Keeps it in his rear pocket, everybody, in his right rear pocket. Wait, that's his left. Did you say left? Right. Whatever. You know what I mean. You know where I'm going.
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah, everybody knows.
Oh, we all know. We all know.
Hey, you haven't been drinking that drink, sweetheart?
I'm not sure that I agree with you 100% on your police work there, Lou.
Still hasn't picked up that drink.
Nope. No drinky the drink. Sounds like she did exactly what she said. She had a sip. She's like, this is weak as shit. They got a shot. They pour it into the drink. And no drinky.
She's not even holding the thing.
Nope. Oh, she's going to have a
Now
sip.
the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the
Second
added shot in it
Did she drink? Did she consume a whole drink already?
and consumes it.
Consumes it. You mean has a sip of it?
She has a sip. All righty.
Consumed it.
How many more of these do we have?
Next video, please. This is now 9:45 p.m.
I'm
Yes,
going to
sir.
assume that they have shown every single time she had. Oh, there. Every time she drinks it, right? Okay, second sip of that drink. It looks pretty full to me. Look at it up there.
Look at it. Just
Look at it.
Look at it.
3/4 full.
3/4. Plus, it's definitely got some lime in there.
Yep, big old lime in there. And there's another cup under there.
So the bartender
iced?
hands
'Cause that's
over
still got
a
some stuff in it too. So
another cocktail glass and some beers.
dumped it right in there.
The shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
What the fuck is he talking about? All I see her doing is cleaning the bar off.
No, she got another shot, poured it in her drink, put the shot glass in the empty
Also,
glass,
depicting
and
Mr.
straightened up.
O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again.
Yes.
Oh. Crack the case. They've cracked the case. John's furtive phone movements.
See, those shoes are
At
pretty clean.
9:45, how many drinks have been served to the
Man's
defendant?
got pretty.
4 drinks.
4 drinks between 9:10 and 9:45.
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
Could we proceed to the next screen, please?
You can be
10:09
guaranteed
PM.
every time she drank that drink, we have seen it or will be seeing it. So
Here, the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
right,
The objection sustained. I'll
check.
strike that.
What an you know what? Jag off.
Yes, lighter.
Gonna buy these strapping young men a shot. That's what I'm
Mr.
about to
O'Keefe on
do.
his cell phone again.
Yes, he is.
Thanks, because we don't have eyes.
What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
And he puts it in his back pocket.
Ooh, but it's a different back pocket than the first time. 2 times in that pocket, but 1 time in the other pocket.
Chris Crackred.
I just don't know where else a guy is keeping their phone. Not
I'm
walking around
sure
with a
that I
purse.
agree with you 100% on your
Got to
police
be in
work
a
there, Lou.
pocket somewhere.
Hey, oh, Allison.
I still don't get where that's from. She said it's a secret.
It's a secret.
There it is.
I mean, with the Google machine, you can figure it out.
The defendant is showing the Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and
What?
then puts beverages on the bar.
Was that what was happening?
I don't know, but if it was playful.
I need to look at that again. I'm just going to do it on my own over here because I don't
Wait,
get
you
it.
want me to? I'll bloop back. See if we can see the bird.
I just want to see what was actually going on.
Really, like, not in an
Right.
argument. They're-
Obviously, right.
It's a shit then. Just more gaslighting, but phenomenal.
Finger
Oh,
is
here it comes. Here it comes.
the
Looked like she was moseying him to come, but with the middle.
The defendant is showing the Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
Just the mere fact that they had to point that out shows how pathetic they are.
Yeah,
that just signaled to the jury such weakness in your piece of shit case. They're like, what? Why are they pointing that out?
Wow.
Gosh, their whole fucking case is one big gaslight.
There's the defendant gesticulating her hands, and she's pointing at that man.
She's pointing in his
members
face.
only jacket.
He's saying, calm down. Oh, look at her. She just angrily pointed at him.
Correct case.
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
Correct.
Yes.
If you want to continue to bore the
What
fuck
is the
out of
drink count
everybody.
at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
Still,
We have the next.
Tell you how, this is all of us so far. At least back when I drank. Except there were a lot more birds being thrown.
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages. The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass.
I didn't see her finish the second one. I mean, maybe I missed it.
Cheers. 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 Salud.
She's like,
A
here,
shot
please.
glass is picked up by one of the
Shit.
patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar.
She's like, no, that's going in my glass. She's like, what? What the fuck? Why don't I get a shot? I'll have a shot, please. Fine, you can have it. All right, get this guy a shot. That one's going to go into this here weak ass drink that they made me.
The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand, places it on the bar. And then
he already knows what he's going to say. Oh, she pushed him. She shoved the guy in the black She's hysterical.
The defendant just shoved the man in the black, talking about the Bruins game. She's obviously hysterical.
She snatched a shot out of the other guy's hand.
What time are we at now?
This woman is crazed. Crazed.
That was 10:34, so we're moving to 10:37.
What is the drink count at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Can we play 10:37, please?
The bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
Where? I'm missing it. Upper. Where?
John O'Keefe just scratched his back right there. Not sure what it means, but I feel like it means something.
Oh, she's violently pointing in his face. She's shoving him. Hysterical.
The defendant just struck John O'Keefe in the chest with an open palm, causing major damage.
I mean, I'm just surprised they didn't point that out the way they said she's showing him his middle finger. I missed
10:41, please.
Here, the
1,
4 shot glasses are redistributed.
3. I don't know how. Oh, there you go.
I don't know who the guy in the black is. He's got the high and tight. He's got the fade.
Pours it into her drink. She does not consume it from the shot glass.
Okay, I'll strike that.
Oh, it's grab mastery. Hey, y'all playing some grab mass?
Some what?
Grab mastery? Instead of grab ass, grab mass. Come on.
Well, who grabbed whose mass? I don't get it.
Brooklyn made a comment. See, it's
Oh, I was looking over. I have it.
Next video, please.
Zoomed in. Oh, I see it. This is
Now,
light grab ass.
as the Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave, the defendant is holding the drink in her left hand, continues to sip on it. And the 2 walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anywhere.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, you didn't drink this drink. It's got multiple shots in it.
See, but that's a different glass than the one they found in the yard for sure.
And they're going to the next bar.
I understand, but how many? Like, does
That's
she bring
when
that
another-
glass in? Does she bring that glass into the other bar?
Yeah, and then I think he takes one
At
out.
10:53,
the
how many
next
drinks
bar.
have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Move to strike.
I'll strike.
Next slide. And is
So
this
I'm going to actually see counsel on this.
Lunchtime. We have a nice little sidebar. So, Mr. Brennan, how long is this shit gonna go on?
All right, so multiple people. Kate O'Connor, I'd like to know if Brian Albert is missing a rocks glass from his personal bar set. Kate again, why isn't anyone talking about
We'll
or
never
wondering if
know.
Brian Albert is or was missing a rocks glass from his personal set inside out?
I mean, it's a great question.
I believe that they confirmed that the glass they found was consistent with those served at the car scene, the second car.
Yes, all rise for the court, please. There's closing openings. Follow me.
All rocks glasses are consistent with one another.
She did some sort of glass analysis.
Oh, you know what she analyzed? My balls. That's what she analyzed. Fucking, you can't analyze
There was
rocks.
glass that matched nothing. There was plastic that matched nothing. And there was taillight that matched nothing. But there was also.
All right, what do you guys want to watch on should I put on Trooper Proctor since he's not getting called? You guys want to watch his discomfort?
I mean, maybe they should just watch the direct of
Bukaki?
Yeah, did he
Bukaki.
I don't know. I guess ask the people what they want.
What y'all want to watch? Let me know in chat before I find something. When I find something.
So Julie asks if the Commonwealth won't call Alberts or Higgins, if the defense does during their case, what are examples of questions they can ask? Can they call them if they want? Yes, they can. And, you know, you've got the benefit of both Yannetti and Jackson are former prosecutors. They know how to direct examine somebody. And they ask a lot of technically direct questions even when they're doing their cross-examinations. It's just kind of the way they do it. So, you know, he'll be able to get into, you know, if they call, for example, well, you said Higgins, what he did with his phone and why he did it.
Higglesworth.
The text messages with Karen, the flirting, the fact that what you decide you just decided on your own?
Oh yeah, I did it on my own. It's the benefit of us having the channel.
I think you should do
Those
long
participants
crime.
include people by the name of Bird,
long crime
Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in
Hear
there
me?
that are identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
Last year.
So this is a group text or a
What I'm
group
saying
chat
is
with
if you use
you and
long-
8 of your high school
Can you
friends
pause it?
about this investigation, correct?
I understand. I understand. Like you got to change the thing for that too.
No, but we don't have a court TV overlay thingy.
I understand, but for the long crime, you gotta. I
Right.
didn't
It's
see
this
it.
one. That's the long crime one.
Which one?
The banner I just put up.
I
The
understand.
overlay.
I understand. What I'm saying is, I don't think it matters for old ass clips.
All right. Well,
I don't know. Let's see. I'll see if I can find it. Practice cross. Practice cross.
well, and we got to figure out maybe how long it is because
It doesn't matter. We'll just cut it off whenever it's done.
I love grabbing ass.
Oh,
All
see
right,
the
get
long
back.
crime. Their logo is in the lower left.
All right, then that's whatever. Hey, what
Sure.
can Mandy tell me how someone gets turtled? How Josh was turtled? Thank you, Jennifer. And we put up your happy Bukkake day. SR says, how did she delete the video? Hey, let me just answer these before you start playing stuff. How did she delete the video after she left One Meadows? You know, they tried to make it seem like she went up and deleted video when she went to visit, like when she had that whole interaction with Mrs. O'Keefe. And I don't know how else they tried because they have all of her phones and her electronics and it never went on Ring. So it makes no sense, but they had his phone. So they could have deleted it from the device itself.
What time they coming back? Did they say? So like
I don't know. You look while I answer questions. Quietly look to yourself. Julie Sriracha.
Injection.
If the Commonwealth, oh, that's what we went over some of those, and yes, they can. They just can't ask leading questions like, you know, you did this, correct? But if on direct, they're not answering the questions, they can ask to treat them like a hostile witness and then ask cross-examination questions. Mandy says, I guess Josh said Turtle Boy, and that's Aiden, was violating his bail restrictions or whatever that's called. Okay. So they
rebutted him on Twitter.
Oh.
I saw the whole thing. I read
so you get turtled when he calls you out.
Look, Josh is smart as fuck. Josh is a die-in-the-wool defense attorney. Josh does not believe that Karen is guilty. Everybody needs to calm down. Josh calls balls and strikes, period. Like, that's it. Like, Josh,
I don't know what he said he was violating it about. So
no, he said that it was clear that he had violated the terms of the bond. That was it.
By doing which thing?
By
talking on his live?
Like, yeah, whatever it was that he did. And so the other dude who's on with Josh all the time, I forget what his name is. He's like, he's like, you know what? He's not going to charge. He's not going to revoke his bail. What he's going to do, he should hold him in contempt. That way, you know, that can't be appealed. And so, you know, like Josh is.
Or Alessi Never Sleeps says, and I don't know if it's on this.
Josh put like a super long, like explanatory tweet after that too.
Okay.
Like,
it was based on Vinnie Politan video. Meredith apologized. I know none of what any of that means, but thank you, Dance Kinetic fan. Mia Bito. White smoke, new pope, while Yuri is lying like a rug.
You know that means, right, babe? Like in the Vatican, they'll always, if a day passes and they haven't, in their super secret selection process of the new pope, they'll put out black smoke. And then when they've landed, see, you should have watched Conclave with me, babe. As a nice little Jewish girl, you could have learned a little bit something about the Catholicism.
About the politics of the church.
Yeah.
I don't know that the church agreed with that.
It was great.
I'm sure it was.
It was great.
Stephanie says they can't double serve in Massachusetts. I think tall glass is just soda. Well, I think Karen did say, and they've played those videos, or if they haven't, they're about to after this, that she ordered a drink. It was really tasted like there was nothing in it. And then she added a shot to it.
Yeah. Allie gives 0 fucks.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna walk the guy. I'm walking the guy. So I'm start. How many do you have left, Bay? Bunch?
No. I mean, most of these we put up. So
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing?
How can the jury examine it in that thing? It's crazy. I've never seen. They're really making a big show of that.
The plexiglass.
Yeah, that's bangs. Yes, it's a requirement for Mass State Trooper to have no lips, to make that stupid face. All right, play it. Let's go walk the dog.
Let's go. We'll see you guys in a hot minute.
I just hate him. I hate him. I hate him.
That they came into Massachusetts State Police custody until they were handed over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes, they were archived.
You drafted the search warrant for the Ring video access records, correct?
I did.
You obtained the warrant returns once those search warrants were executed, correct?
I did.
You took possession of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone physically, correct?
Yes.
And you had access to Mr. O'Keefe's Ring account in that cell phone. Is that right?
Correct.
You indicated that you reviewed several of the videos on his Ring app on his cell phone. Is that right?
Yes.
So you obviously had not only possession of his cell phone, you had possession of his login account information to get into the app on his cell phone. Is that right?
I don't think we had the password. We had his email account associated with the Ring.
Which means
app.
some way or another, you could get access to the Ring videos.
Correct.
And watch those Ring videos on his app on the phone.
Yes.
Which means you had full access to the app. You could keep videos. You could save for later. You could delete videos. You could do anything you wanted to within that app, correct?
Yes, those are the capabilities within that app.
Trooper Proctor, did you delete any of the ring videos ever from John O'Keefe's phone?
Absolutely not.
Did you delete a video of Miss Reed arriving to One Meadows at approximately 12:41 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
You will agree, Trooper Proctor, that the video of Miss Reed returning home from 34 Fairview at approximately 12:41 a.m. is not there.
Correct.
As the case officer, you're aware that Trooper DeChico also reviewed some or all of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And he did that at your request.
Correct.
He took notes of his review of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And then he provided those notes to you so that you could then memorialize those notes and your notes in a broader report that you then drafted in November of 2022, correct?
From memory serves me, the report I wrote regarding the ring camera was based off my observations of the videos that I had watched.
But you certainly did have, as you just indicated, you did accumulate his notes and review his notes as well as your own notes, correct?
Best of my recollection, I wrote that report off of my notes.
Did you actually, at any point before writing your report, did you note or did you review his notes?
I can't recall.
You asked him, he reviewed the videos at your directions, correct? At
Yes.
your direction, correct?
Yes.
And obviously he would have wanted to provide you whatever insights he had into his review of those videos. Otherwise, what's the point, right?
Correct.
So when you reviewed his notes, did you see that they were on some sticky pads? You remember that?
That sounds about right.
Do you recall exactly, as you sit here, exactly what was on one or more of those sticky pads that you reviewed from Trooper DeChico?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you would take a look at a copy of those notes?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
If you would mind taking a look at the top or the uppermost top note that's highlighted with a sticky note next to it.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Approach.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, do you have these notes in mind, specifically the uppermost note?
The 0041?
Correct.
Yes.
You reviewed this previously before you wrote your report, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you note that at 0041, which is a time relative to what DeChico was looking at on the ring video, he indicated taillights from driveway, parentheses, I think she arrived home, in parentheses, correct?
Correct.
0041 is what? Is that in reference to?
Just after midnight, the approximate time where Miss Reed will be returning from Fairview Road.
It's military time for 12:41 a.m., correct?
Yes.
You wrote a report on November, I'm sorry, I earlier said November, it's actually June 1, 2022, memorializing the times that were of note to you in that ring footage, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall every single entry that you made concerning the events that were of note to you that were reflected in your report?
The majority of them, every single one.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your report to determine what all you did and did not note?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have it with you, Trooper? Do you have your report with you?
Punch her on the
I'd ask you to review that report, especially as to page 2 and 3. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper, do you have those events in mind?
I do.
Your report is dated June 1st, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And reflected in this report are the bullet points of the times that you found of some note in your review of all of the ring footage from One Meadows, correct?
Yes.
In your report, there's no mention of the footage showing Karen Reed arriving home at 12:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that's notwithstanding the fact that in Trooper DeChico's report, in his handwritten notes, he makes note of an event at 12:41 a.m. indicating, I think she arrived home, correct?
Correct.
So sometime between when Trooper DeChico wrote his notes and when you wrote your report, that video footage vanished, correct?
There's also no date on Trooper DeChico's notes. We have many dates from ring video, so I don't know if he's referencing a different date.
Well, you're aware that the video footage from 12:41 a.m. is gone, correct?
Yes, it's something I've tried to find through ring for months, as well as the video when Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, Miss Reed arrived back at John's and they're looking at the broken taillight. That video is gone as well.
So at some point, while this footage was in Massachusetts State Police custody and being reviewed by Trooper DeChico, that video existed, didn't it?
Objection.
The objection is sustained. Mr. Jackson, don't waive that again, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. The fact is, notwithstanding Trooper DeChico's handwritten notes, there's no video of 12:41 on January 29th, is there?
No, there isn't.
Trooper Proctor, would you agree that from the very beginning of your investigation, you treated Karen Reed very differently than you treated the Alberts and the McCabe's in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Was she treated differently?
Absolutely not. Like I've said before, we follow the facts and the evidence, an open mind.
Did you consider her to be, for want of a better phrase, an outsider?
No, not at all.
Not somebody from Canton,
No, not at all.
not family, not friends with the Alberts?
Absolutely not.
At some point, your view of this case caused you to turn what could be described as a bias into an out-and-out hatred. Would you agree with that?
Objection.
Sustained. Did you develop some sort of hatred for Ms. Reed
Objection.
at any point in your investigation?
I'll allow it.
Again, we follow the facts and the evidence which showed Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. And yes, at times I got emotional because of that. And I said some stuff, texted some things I shouldn't have, but it was based off the evidence.
As a matter of fact, you did express your feelings about Ms. Reed in yet another text message that we haven't gone over today. Is that right? On February 4th, 2022? Might as well turn to tab 10.
Tab 10?
It's either the bait stamp or the,
This is a triple F, this is Foxtrot. And the base stamp is 2526.
Yes, sir.
You see an entry from Courtney Proctor, a text starting, I didn't give my.
Yes.
Request permission to publish, Your Honor?
yes.
2526, Mr. Bates. On that date, February 4th, 2022, your sister texted in relation to some sort of donation that she had given. I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael, meaning you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, take that down.
You are unmuted.
Yes.
You see the text from Courtney Proctor. I did not give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me.
So that's stricken. That's what was objected to, just this one, or the whole page goes in.
You responded to a text message from your sister, correct? And your response was, hopefully she kills herself, correct?
Yes.
Who's she?
The defendant.
Miss Reed?
Correct.
You literally said that you hope that Karen Reed, the subject of your investigation, the woman sitting to my left, about 7 feet from me, that she would just die, correct?
The figure of speech.
You wanted her to, the figure of speech is you wanted her to kill herself.
No.
Right?
No, it's not.
Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed, in your investigation, had quickly become a very serious problem for you, hadn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you believe that Karen Reed was a problem or an issue for your investigation?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
In your words, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP. That's what you texted on January 29th, right?
Yes.
That put a lot of pressure on you, didn't it, Trooper Proctor?
There's a lot of pressure in every case, sir.
This case involves a Boston cop whose family you're actually connected to, correct?
Loosely.
Chris Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Julie Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Colin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Kevin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Loose enough to leave his badge and his gun in your cruiser after a night of drinking, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You agreed in your group chat that you needed to, quote, make this cut and dry because another cop was involved. Those are your words, right?
Objection.
Where is this?
This was referred to in earlier text messages, group chats.
So is that right? Did you say that, sir?
I did text that. I don't know if it's in the exact context. But yes, those were my words.
Group chat.
Yes, that was in the group chat.
Your friends wrote this whole thing in their words, stinks, correct?
Yes, I interpret that as a joke.
You believed, Trooper Proctor, that your life would be much easier if Karen Reed was just dead, didn't you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No. Like I said, it was a figure of speech. My emotions got the best of me based on, the fact that Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him to die on the side of the road. So my emotions got the best of me with that figure of speech.
Well, let's talk about your figures of speech. During the course of your investigation, your figures of speech include the following. She's a bitch.
Objection.
Is that right?
Yes.
A whack job, correct?
Yes.
A retard, right?
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks, right?
Yes.
No ass, correct?
Yes.
She's fucked, according to you, right?
Yes.
Ass leaker. That was the word you used, a figure of speech, right?
Correct.
A girl who shits herself, right?
Correct.
And then fuck her, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree, Trooper Proctor, that you have dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and words like this?
Objection.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Would you agree with that?
I'd say based off that language, yes.
And you admitted in your own words that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
Correct.
Because you were out to quote, make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
The homeowner wasn't going to catch any shit because Mr. Elliott had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And Trooper Proctor, it would be far easier for you to pin it on the girl who's just a whack job cunt, in your words, who you hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Shame on you, sir.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson, you know better than that. Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, when you had started with cross-examination the other day, you were asking questions about whether or not in August of 2022, you disliked or did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
Well, basically, he stood up in open court and spouted lie after lie about me, called me corrupt and conflicted, dragged my name through the mud after I spent 10 plus years without a single complaint filed against me, and he had no basis or no facts of these wild accusations because there are none. This investigation was done with the utmost integrity, not just by me, but my supervisors and other troopers in my office, as well as Miss Giannetti shows up at my sister's school yesterday, not welcomed or where people are not supposed to be, with one of their witnesses and their private investigator. And a teacher sees this, informs Miss Giannetti that he can't be there, and instead of saying okay and leaving, he asks, is Courtney Proctor in the building? Does she work here? She called me to see if she was being served.
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes.
Words or spellings or anything.
You are unmuted.
Please rise for the jury.
Thank you. You may be seated. Close back in session.
Witness 2, please. Jurors, I am striking that last answer. It was probably a partial answer cut off. I'm striking it completely, disregarded. If you took notes, cross the notes out. You're not to consider it in any way. It is completely stricken from the record. And Trooper, I'd suggest you listen to the question being asked of you before you answer it.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally.
Trooper Proctor, try that again. As far as you were asked about text messages that occurred in August of 2022 in which you indicated that you did not like Mr. Bukhenik, correct?
Correct.
And so at the time of that text message, it was sent in August of 2022. Why was that?
In August of 2022. Why was that?
Yes.
The reasons I laid out, the false accusations of being conflicted and corrupt spouted in an open court, which there's zero evidence of. Like I said, I stand by the integrity of this investigation as well as every trooper and supervisor in my office.
Were there also motions filed by Mr. Yannetti or by counsel containing photographs of yourself and some children?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were the allegations in regard to the children that were depicted in those photographs?
So the photograph was taken in my parents' backyard.
Objections overruled.
My parents' backyard at a pool party. There's some little kids in the photo. Defense counsel kept insinuating that those were the McCabe's children, when in fact they were my family, my cousins.
Have you at any point in time ever met any children of the McCabe's?
No, sir.
In the course of this investigation, as it was sort of alleged on cross-examination, did you essentially pick a suspect and then try to have the evidence fit that?
Objection. The form? PD. In that form, it's stricken. Not allowed to ask if that later together.
How did you conduct this investigation, you and the other troopers in your office?
From the start of this investigation with an open mind. Like I said earlier, we didn't know what we had, possible medical. So as the day went on and we collected more evidence and developed compelling evidence against Ms. Reed.
Now, with reference to this investigation, it continued after January 29th, 2022, when you had those text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
Was there additional information that you compiled over the course of that investigation following January 29th, 2022?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Following that date of those text messages on January 29th, 2022,
yes.
Was there additional information that was gathered over the course of your investigation by yourself or other troopers involved in the investigation?
Yes.
And from that additional information that was gathered, what, if any, information that was gathered throughout the course of the investigation indicated that anyone besides Ms. Reed had anything to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death?
All the information gathered after that date indicated no one else was responsible for Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And sir, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about testimony in a prior proceeding and shown specifically at page 01563, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So, sir, I'm giving you 01562, 63, and 64, and asking you to read those and look up.
What were the numbers again, Mr. Lally?
1562, 63, and 64. I believe.
What's happening here? Oh, well. I don't know how to control this crazy thing. Apparently. I just didn't want to subject anybody to lulling you. All right. Maybe we can get lucky. So, what I think we should do, well, first we make sure there's no the OnlyFans still going strong. And then I'm thinking if we've got time, we can do Be in Trouble. All right, OnlyFans going strong. I think it's this one.
Jackson.
Is that you, babe? You there?
Here.
Hi.
Who else would it be? Oh, somebody left the bathroom door open. Allie.
All right, so what do you guys think? Do you want to watch Be in Trouble's demonstration of the tail light? What happens to it if it was in the manner the Commonwealth claims? If we would have been seeing this white. I think this is it. I'm just gonna. Let's see if I can figure out which one it is. I think this is it.
It's only fan. It's only fan.
All right. Oh, Bob left again. Bob told me that the new pope is from Chicago.
Nah, I'm here.
I'm not sure I have the right video up.
He's got a few of them.
Right. So
I've got OnlyFan up over here, though. It's only fan. Oh, I got to eat some of these Blue Diamond salt and vinegar almonds.
Like, I'm gonna break.
I'm not sure if this is it. So it's only 5 minutes, so we'll watch it.
You don't need to be sorry.
Know how far that sticks out.
So here's what's on the agenda for today.
Just knows.
I'm going to
And that neon green relish
light in
must be on.
to an exact replica.
For fox's sakes,
I'm gonna
Nose.
break the diffusers and everything just like the taillight or the Commonwealth has for Karen Reed's vehicle. I bought a security camera. I'm going to do a distance test to see how it looks lit up. through a security camera with and without night vision, with and without a spotlight.
This is from Being Trouble's
And
site here.
you'll be able to make your choices of what you think.
Jughead is still on direct.
Oh,
I know
sorry,
it
I
should
shouldn't have
turn
went
out
to
pretty
that.
good,
That's what I just
and
copied. Sorry. All right.
you will be able to tell exactly why the taillight can't look like it did. I will go over everything piece by piece, show you close-ups and everything of how it's working, and we'll go from there. Through and not through the security footage, I just want to show everyone that it won't look like the one that Hank showed in court during the hearing with the big white blob that somebody placed on the video. And then when the car was farther down the driveway, I'm talking about the 5:08 a.m. on the 29th video, the ring camera footage. When the car is farther down the driveway, you can see where there's a black blob right over this part of the taillight blocking out the light. Because you can clearly see red on this side and the red going down. So we're going to disprove that tonight. I'm even going to break out the rest of this side piece. I'm going to try to get that as close as possible, but it's so hard to break out. I'll get it as close as I can, but it won't be perfect. At least I'll get that part out of it.
The low
It won't really matter too much, but I'm still going to take it off. And then I'm going to try to break this housing off. This housing at the top, like the one in the court video, which I don't know how I'm going to do because that plastic is so hard right there. How tough that plastic is right there. With all the intricate bends and everything in it. It's just not something that would happen from supposedly hitting a arm, but that back piece being broke off there. And I'm saying they did it when they removed the light. There's no way possible. It is impossible. That's probably the strongest part of the light, to be honest with you.
Cardinals going to be talking shit.
Thank everyone who's supported me and everyone who subscribed and everyone who's donated. I really appreciate you. But the arm is hopefully going to be here this week, the latest next week. We'll upload this video, and then the other one will be either late tonight. I tried to do it early, but it's probably going to be late tonight or tomorrow morning, but hopefully tonight. It is just not possible for this light to be damaged like the Commonwealth says.
Wait, this isn't the one.
The only way it could be damaged like this with a crowbar or some sharp, straight, long tool to pry these pieces off. That's the only way they can break. Unless you smashed it with a big hammer.
Right, get to the lighting.
Hammer or something.
I think it's a different video.
All right. I've got it looking just like the one the Commonwealth is in possession of. Even though I've had a couple of mishaps, this plastic is so hard to break that when it finally does snap, it shoots off. And I had one piece shoot off and hit me in the face. And it cut my nose, made my nose start bleeding. So that was fun. But I've got the light pretty much, or the one in the Commonwealth possession is pretty much the same as that now.
The Lord's work.
So I'm going to start testing it here in a little bit.
I just
with security camera, without
this
security
guy,
camera,
I
with night
say I
vision,
just
without night
donated,
vision,
but I can't find my phone.
with the light on, with the brake light on, and I'll show the difference and why that it didn't happen the way the Commonwealth is saying. It's not going to look the same.
Agreed, Jennifer, but still
It's just not.
interesting. Oh, okay, so that wasn't right. All right, I think it's this, maybe.
There's only 2 LEDs on this thing that make the lights vertically light up. From court, that one's broken because that one's supposed to light up red. And then there's one right back here that's supposed to light up red. So if that one's busted, that one's not going to work. This is the exploded view. Clearly see the 2 LEDs. Nothing else would light up until you hit the brake lights. But that's only on with the brakes, and you can tell when the brakes are on.
All right, wait, he came back to it in this other one. Hold on.
I remember in the pictures of taillight talk, but not very much. So tonight is going to be a little bit of taillight talk, but not very much. I've actually got some thoughts and of some things with the backup camera, the size of the SUV, the windows, and the backup camera. And I know the deficiencies. And I know whenever it rains or snows, the backup camera doesn't really work that good. In fact, I don't ever trust the backup camera. When I back out of a parking spot, I back up as little as possible. How would Karen have known where like the other story? How would Karen have seen John to run into him? Seat with two high back headrests. Very back of a Lexus LX570, especially the 2021 E-Pillar.
All right, here we go.
Has got a great big blind spot.
All right, this is still not the one I was looking for.
For a choice of standard or wide-angle rear views, which can be selected using the...
All right. I don't know where it is anymore.
I don't know where it is either. It was the first one he did.
All right, I'll look.
tell you what, Bobby. Oh, yes, the new Pope is from Chicago. First American Pope, and he happens to be from the beautiful, fantastic city of Chicago. Sausage, Ditka, the Pope. Da Pope.
Oh, you're right. I found it. Should I play it?
Hold on, you can play it, but let me do. I gotta do something first. I gotta show you a funny little thingy poo. Everyone will like it. It's funny. Catholic, not Catholic. If you know how I told you the story about at the Vatican with the white smoke and the black smoke.
Yep.
All right. So that's your context for this. I'm about to show you something funny. It's funny. So funny. You'll like it, babe. I promise. Well, I'm not going to promise. I think there's a high likelihood that you'll think it's amusing. It's a little bit funny. So.
Hey, babe.
Yo.
See if my phone's in there. Hey, Siri. Hey, Siri, where are you? Nothing?
You're so sweet.
But you didn't hear anything coming from in the room?
Nope. Why would it be in here?
When I came up to get my shoes, I don't know.
Did you not have it?
On the walk? No.
Okay. Well, let's see. Oh, here we go. Look at this.
Wow.
That's Snoop. He's got a big bag of weed. He's going in with the other Cardinals, and
I don't know if that's funny.
That's fucking hilarious. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. People take religion and the Pope pretty
Listen,
serious.
it's funny.
It's funny. It's funny.
So funny. Bob, I don't know if that's
All right.
funny.
Is OnlyFans still? Yep.
Only Flan is still going.
OnlyFlan.
Only Flan.
All right, I found the right video. Should I play it?
I suppose.
It's
All right, listen. I'm gonna pull that awesome Diddy meme off because it's funny. He's got a big bag of weed, y'all. And he's going in there blazing up all the Cardinals, and they're getting stoned, and then they're picking a Pope. There it is.
All right.
See, Susan knows. Paige knows. I don't think I'm going to be able to smash it out. Tracy knows. Brian knows. He'll be my crust. That's with the hammer. Mag. Look how thick this thing is. The lighting. Oh, she gone.
These taillights are extremely thick.
She gone. JD knows. Some thick shit.
This one was already busted. That's why it was
text.
easy to shatter with the hammer. This is a genuine Lexus LX570 from a 2021.
Commonwealth is any.
If you just pull it off, that's how you get the big piece. Just see what color it lights up as. All the red is gone. There's no red on this tail light anymore. Even the
red
side marker light is so bright that it looks white. As you can clearly see, it's red. All the lights are red. That's the brake light. They're just so bright red, they're clearly red. Let's see what happens when I smash the diffuser.
So when
I don't want to.
niece comes in, I'm not gonna have the stream. Ooh, Paige! Yeah. There you go, girl. Get it. Get that season one.
I can't even break this chrome piece off there. It's so strong. That thing is thick.
It's thick and hard to break.
I can't even break it. There's no possible way an arm did that. Especially breaking that chrome centerpiece.
Wow. Oh, there we go.
All right.
What?
Now with the diffuser off there, look at the tail light.
I was trying to get you to slide to the light. Can you not hear me?
That's all broken out right there.
To do what?
Oh my God. I was trying to get you to slide to this part with the lighting.
Well, he's doing it. He's been doing it.
Honey.
That's broken. When I move the diffuser, watch the light. Now the light's gone because there is no bulbs back there.
And
the only thing that makes the light
There's that little piece.
go down the tail light are these
with the bumps?
plastic pieces that have the bubble.
Yep.
Shit wouldn't be lighting.
No light,
Without
guys.
that, the light does not go down the tail light.
How's that, Commonwealth? No light. Either red light or no light.
I'll snake this diffuser back in there and the light will follow it down to where the end of it's broken off. Look, if that light was broken in John's driveway, there would be no light going down the tail light whatsoever, and it sure would not be white. The red is almost a translucent red. Now watch, I'll take the diffuser part out of it and the light disappears.
Bye-bye light. All gone.
Because all the light is up at the top and it shines down on that clear piece and the bubbles makes it reflect.
Gotta put back up his thingy.
This is what the tail light would have looked like.
What about Bob? Welcome.
With the plastic pieces that they showed on in the trial that would have been missing from the tail light.
I put his stuff up once.
There would have only been two small lights coming from the top.
All right.
All right, I'll put OnlyFan up.
Yeah, and I was trying to find where I put his. Oh, here it is.
OnlyFan.
And I'm gonna donate to him now.
OnlyFan. OnlyFan. Oh, sorry. Just get that little OnlyFan song in.
See if there's any new stickers, questions, or whatever to.
Take care, Nicholas.
They were supposed to be back at 2.
Yeah, they late. Oh, there we go. As we speak, there is movement. There is movement. So 2 their time. So that's only 2 hours of court time. So Stank better hurry this shit up. Hankenstein. So I'm ready for some cross. Oh, Kaylee, hold on. Let's see. Let me see. What'd you say? Bob and Allie, can they ask Yuri about this, like hypothetically, or say, are you aware the dimple piece diffuses the light? I mean, yeah. Can I ask him?
Yeah.
He's gonna say, no. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know.
Venmo. Why can't I Venmo
Yes.
through Venmo?
Short answer is they can absolutely ask him. And then Brennan will object. And then Bev will say, do you know? Do you know? Did you say that? Is that true? Oh, Don Burke. We love you, Don Burke. We love Don Burke. We love Don Burke.
Okay, Venmo.
Yeah, that guy's experiments are fire. He's good. Be in trouble. He's good. This is Arca. No, not Arca. Definitely not Arca. Doing a little experiment on a comforter. See Arca. See Wolf. Doing an experiment in his living room.
That's weird. I can't.
What's weird, baby cakes?
I can't find his Venmo on the Venmo app. Oh, wait. I got to look at this thing again.
Oh, wait. Mandy told me to look at the PayPals.
The whole thing got cut off. That's why.
The PayPals.
Making life difficult.
Activity. Oh. Let's see. Got a couple of pals in today. Danielle.
Okay,
Came in with a tasty little pal. Thank you very much, Danielle. Appreciate you. Lisa K. Thank you for no ads.
You're welcome.
Fun.
Thank you.
Sound effects.
For recognizing that is worthy of a super.
Leslie's Cross Punch, aka Lisa be jeeping. Thanks, Lisa. We appreciate it. Don't worry. It all goes to the same spot. Me and my girl pool our money. You know what I mean? We money pooling over here.
I'm not even sure. I can't even use my Venmo because it's linked to my debit card.
Oh man. I think that's gonna kill. Like I used the Cash App was linked to your old debit card too.
What? Why?
Because with Cash App, it's got to be linked to a debit card.
I can't
be like
unmuted.
I don't know why you didn't have Venmo just linked to the bank proper. I don't know why you put card in there.
I don't know either. Oh, it says I sent him a payment. All right.
It's on. Oh, Aiden's new tweet is hilarious. I'll have to go check. I'll be the judge of that, Melissa.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
To bore the fuck out of us again.
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to 1054. And before we begin, Trooper Bukhenik, is this a different location than all the video we've seen before?
Yes, this is the Waterfall Bar Grill surveillance footage from inside the lounge area. And for reference purposes, this is at this location, the timestamp is accurate to the real time.
Ms. Gilman, could you begin at 1054, please?
Here we see the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe walk into the bar and see their friends and engage in hugs and greetings.
There's some
We'll let
hugs
the
and
Waterfall
greetings.
Bar videos play.
I'm sorry, sir?
We'll let the Waterfall video bars play. We'll just let them play.
Okay.
We don't need you to narrate. We don't want you telling us how they're greeting. Salutations, salutations. And I'm assuming there's no way we have any blips. We started.
And somehow the blizzard made it inside to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. I don't know why it's so snowy in there right now.
1146, please.
We're not seeing shit. What about that Sallyport video? When are we going to see that there, Brennan?
$12.06, please.
Right.
12:07.
If I was a jury, I'd have no clue why they're playing these. None. What?
12:10, please.
Why does this video look so much shittier than it did the first time? I swear, it didn't look like this the first time. It's like all faded.
I don't know.
Did you see the last person walk out the door on that video clip?
No.
Yes, I did.
And did you identify
Bullshit.
who that is?
Through the
Yes,
blizzard.
it's Mr. John O'Keefe. He's wearing the two-tone gray sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up towards the elbows.
Is that the same clothing that you found at Good Samaritan Hospital when you went to visit?
Yes, it is.
The baseball hat, did you have an opportunity to look at the hat he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with the hat that you and the group found on February 3rd, 2010?
Yes, it is.
You and the group.
Pants?
You and
Yes,
the
it
group
is.
found.
And approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 108C. This is already introduced to evidence. When you studied that photo, do you notice anything in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
Yes, in his right hand, he's holding a short style cocktail glass with black drinking straw protruding from it as it is backdropped on the snow on the hood of the car that's parked outside.
Could we show 108C, please?
We looked at
Mr. Nick,
all
could you
these videos,
focus
but we
the best
didn't
you
want to
can on the
see
drink?
or hear what was
Is that
on.
the photo you looked at?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out or explain where you see the drinking straw?
Absolutely. Right there to the right of the red indicator, you could see the straw protruding out of the glass Mr. O'Keefe is holding in his right hand.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
I'm going to allow it.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. One last matter.
What are you doing here, babe?
In 2024, did you obtain ring
One last
video
matter.
for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that ring video to a person who
Yes.
works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
Yes, I do.
What do they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Boy, he was ready for that answer.
Handing in the item, do you recognize it?
They do science stuff.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
I'd move this to evidence. No objection. Your Honor.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Wow, he's not putting on the video from the Sally Port at all.
Why would he?
To front it somehow.
Man, let's go, Ajax. Woo! Better be fired.
Fire.
Writing to the league office.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Good afternoon, sir.
Bukhenik.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case was concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge.
They all
of the
remember what the
investigation.
nice
Is that
guy
right?
said.
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, sort of typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff, where their experience might dictate otherwise.
For some reason, you're fighting me on this.
The case agent himself or herself.
Who, me?
At times, yes.
Is it boosted?
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of a team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person.
And there has to be some sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Wow.
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team has a leader.
Did the team in this case, in this investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent, not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer is, or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision, your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
Is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
fair enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
We take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Not everyone can take
Part
that
of the
exam.
responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence. We follow the statements made, provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case.
That's not the
Sometimes the
question.
defendants or suspects provide statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather, that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I don't understand.
Maybe. You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, that in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? The right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering
Rein
in the
him
most
the
appropriate
fuck
ways
in,
possible.
Ajax.
Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B, and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So
Well, thanks for all that, but that's not what I
I don't know
asked.
if that answers your question,
It
but
doesn't.
that's,
Not really.
that's the
No.
most
Let's try it again.
accurate explanation.
Okay, you done?
I am.
Okay, let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an
Correct.
objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
Except they were.
That includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
Except they were.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on, because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person
Of course
all the
not.
time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
Pause it.
If you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor.
So I think what Alan Jackson's doing right here is letting him just ramble off a couple of times so the jury can see he's not answering his questions before he shuts him down in his typical fashion. Like, that's not the question I asked you. Answer the question I'm asking, yes or no. And bring it back a little because I've talked over it. Man, I want the controls. I think we have to alternate the controls.
Negative.
I don't like not having them.
Here's a control for you.
I'm not sure that I agree with you 100% on your police work there, Lou.
All right, ready?
Supervisor, if you don't properly engage,
Every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
if you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah.
Maybe one section at a time?
Sure. If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Isn't that right? That's why you
Yes,
supervise.
that is one possibility. yes.
Okay. Let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen. Correct?
You have to say, yes, it happened here.
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there is a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
It's really trying to
And
fuck
you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Especially in a case, you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer. You have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
Oh, so I was just going to actually put it in a text. I think that Brennan told him, "I'm going to sit quiet and not object," because he didn't even object like to Alan Jackson's asking compound questions, meaning more than one question in one. And he asked him to break it down, like do it one at a time. He being Bukhenik, whatever it is. So because Brennan doesn't want to seem scared or nervous, he's like, "I'm gonna not say a word, and you're gonna have to make sure you're breaking up his flow. You're not letting him box you into yes and no's." Da 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 da. That's what I think, anyway.
Bukhenik. Just in case you were not clear on that pronunciation.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity.
Wow. Long
This
pause.
investigation was conducted professionally with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who's the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So in your mind, well, let me ask you this. It's case officer, another word for that, synonym would be an investigator, right? He's a detective, an investigator, correct?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, or that morning, January 29, 2022, he was assigned to the case, correct?
Michael,
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
well, you said a lot before that,
No,
so
I didn't. I said he was assigned to the case on what I said before that was January 29, 2022. He was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case. Correct?
no.
What?
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
We can do this all day, I suppose.
He's gonna squirm.
He was on call.
For the mic,
He was.
Alan.
Correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Every time he says Michael Proctor.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation? Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Is that a question? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sure is. Everything I say is a question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
Sustained to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again. Mr.
I'll ask this again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
All up.
Allow it.
The investigation was conducted with honor
That's
and
not what I
integrity,
asked you.
and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant Bukhenik, you don't want to answer my question. Correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
What a fucking
all
weaselly
right. He
little-
said by
Did
Michael
you know
Proctor.
that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer, correct?
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for
So-
the search warrants.
So the answer is yes.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
You look like a total
Your
asshole.
testimony is Michael Proctor did
fucking
not have a
dipshit.
major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something. That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay.
Oh, God.
You're aware of the search warrants that were drafted, affidavits that were attendant to those search warrants in this case, correct?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted? in
Search warrants and
support-
affidavits.
In support of the search warrants?
Correct.
Yes, I am.
You're also aware that there was a good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab, things of that nature?
I am aware of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
This is like unbelievable.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Dude, no one thinks what you're doing right now is normal. No one thinks that. Yeah, you better guzzle. Get to guzzling.
Take your wiener schnitzel they can finger and point out on this map what I want to know.
Sergeant Bukhenik, I've handed you a binder, and it's tabbed just for your convenience, so I don't have to walk back and forth. With
Thanks,
the court's
sir.
permission.
Yes.
Can you open tab 1?
Here's my big binder.
I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
Just say yes.
Yes, it is.
And it's for generally Verizon records for Miss Reed's cell phone.
Fucking guy. Pulling teeth.
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
Michael Proctor.
You already know the answer.
You know the answer, jerk
You
off.
know the answer. Wow.
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2? Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to
1-3.
ruin your presentation here.
Oh.
Your binder.
Search warrant ending in 13. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
The quality of this photocopy is so poor, I cannot make out exactly what it's for, but there is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me, if that's what you want me to do. I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Let's just look at the affidavit. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
Come on, dude. You know the answer.
Fucking guy.
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being attendant to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant. Well,
Again,
they go together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but I'm asking which document you want me to.
The document in total. In other words,
Right.
it's not a search warrant dealing with a different case. It's dealing with Ms. Reed's case, correct?
I just hate him. I hate him. I hate him.
That's going to be right there in the caption there, buddy.
Oh my God.
Again, I cannot say from the search warrant because of the quality of it. The addendum A
Oh my God. Does he not realize
appears to
what
be
total douche?
with this case.
Okay. Have you ever seen it before?
Oh my God.
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't testify to that.
So this could be a search warrant that you never even saw?
Based on what you're presenting to me,
Supervisor.
never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're not sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge? As you sit here.
I don't know if this is truly Michael Proctor's product.
That might be a forgery.
Now you're saying the defense made this shit
I'm sorry?
up.
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Well, for one, it's not signed. So I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document, the narrative, I don't know who produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court with a stamp, the time stamp and the stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's what it appears to be. What you've shown me here, I don't know what this is.
Otherwise, looking at that document, seeing the affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's attendant to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted. You have no clue.
I can't take you at your word.
Not asking you to take me at my word, sir. I'm not testifying. I'm asking you to take the document at his word. Do you recognize it or not? If you don't, you don't.
I do not know.
Okay, let's turn to tab 3.
I'm not sure that I agree with you 100% on your police work there, Lou.
Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to generally be associated with ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
It has an email address, an associated MAC address. So yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
Brennan's just like, I'm not going to say a word. It's all on you, Bukhenik.
Again, this is not a signed search warrant. This is just an affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The name at the bottom printed is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4? Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for ring footage also at One Meadows in 2023?
Based on the application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows, yes.
Who's the affiant or affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 5?
How many tabs we got? How many tabs we got?
78.
Does that appear to be a police report?
I just made that.
It does.
And do you see a reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematic system regarding Miss Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
There is a reference to it, yes.
Okay. Whose report is that?
It's Trooper Nicholas Guarino's report.
And who is referred to on page 2 as seeking search warrant ending in 10?
That search warrant was issued at Stoughton District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Turn to page, I'm sorry, tab 6, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh boy. I wonder who the next one's by.
Do you see a search warrant ending in the number
too.
77?
What a mystery.
I see the application, yes.
And this deals with Google, some geofence data, correct?
I wonder if they're recalling Garino.
No.
Well, what about the defense?
Oh, I don't know.
He watched that one video. It's in his report.
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
I wonder who it's going to be.
Who could it be?
I
The
bet,
judgment seat.
I bet it's
Who could it be? Who?
Again, this search warrant is not signed, but
whose name?
I would say this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
You turn to tab 7, please.
We're just going to ignore how you pretend it's not real.
Does that appear to be a report authored by Nicholas Garino?
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
And who'd he turn it over to? Who had it?
Sir, I have handed you a binder of fake warrants and
The Commonwealth is just letting me do that.
and the judge. She doesn't care.
No.
It's a report written by Nicholas Garino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by
whom?
A particular trooper?
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that
I wonder.
Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
Turn to tab 8, if you don't mind.
Oh, gosh.
Do you see a similar report by Trooper Garino?
Yes.
And do you see reference to Karen, Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized?
Yes.
And that was seized by Trooper Proctor also, correct?
Yeah, him and I were there together.
His name is in the report, though.
Yours isn't.
Yes, his name is in the report.
Your name is not in the report, is it?
I'll have to check. Give me a second, please.
Guarantee you it's not. Or he wouldn't have asked.
My initials are in the report.
Turn to tab 9.
R?
I don't know.
Do you see a report by you
I do.
indicating early spring 2022? There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
The case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually, in this instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him, correct? At his request.
Yes, as the case officer, I would, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Because as the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered, correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things, absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for any and all possible evidence.
I'm sure you are. As the case officer, he's entitled
Justice
to ask
pursuer.
for things to be delivered to him,
Yes, yes.
even by his supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
You mind turning to tab 10, please? Do you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning.
Oops. I'm sure she gets it. People swap between channels.
It's the same report.
Looking at
Same
it.
report,
Gabriel B.
different
Plus.
paragraph,
Plus.
also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Kenton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. that particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes.
Who was that requested by?
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Turn to tab 11, please.
It's totally, I did it. Yeah. Not a problem.
Sergeant Bukhenik, we could do this all day. Do you want to change your answer?
You see a document referencing the analysis of Canton Town Library videos.
I do.
And who is it that's listed as having received and reviewed and analyzed the town library videos?
Give me just 1 second. I have to read the report.
Yeah, because I'm not sure who that might be.
Yeah, I don't have any
Oh,
idea
so,
who this could
so
be.
basically, we get through the binary. So basically, all the times that Mr. Brennan asked you when you were talking about what we were doing, the royal we, every one of the reports says that specific task was actually done by Michael Proctor.
Say hello to my little friend.
Gotta make sure. Let me look. Oh, I wish I had some popcorn.
I have these nuts.
Such a child. Such a man child.
Ooh.
It was Trooper Proctor that analyzed the video and
No way.
wrote up the timeline.
No
Thank
way.
you.
Shock.
Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12.
I need KKB to give
Do
me
you
an
recognize
update.
that as being a
What are the
November
jurors doing?
2023 report?
Yes, it's report number 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Does that indicate, and I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own? Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass. On
Yes, idiot wind.
February 11th, 2022. 3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022.
Think we hit 51%
Clear and red
there.
plastic pieces on
Think you might have
February
crossed
18th,
over.
2022.
I
Is all that
blimp-
referenced in there?
Loop back because we were talking over it.
Those items are documented in this report.
Is that referenced?
I don't want
Clear
you
and red
to
plastic
miss
pieces on
Proctor
February 18th.
doing more
2022.
shit.
Is all that referenced in there?
Those items are documented in this report as were collected. Yes.
And those are all documented as having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself. Correct?
Yes, they were.
And if you'll
All
turn to
those
tab
pieces of past that get
13.
talked about.
This is
Wow.
an evidence submission form, correct?
I'm sorry, 13?
Tab 13. Yes, sir.
Yes, it's a
Ooh.
copy of an evidence submission form from
Like the answers, like
March 14th, 2022.
ridiculous extra.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
Mm-hmm. And who does it say did it?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And who's the person who submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
It's a
Who? Who could it be?
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
Oh,
And those items include
No
clothing,
way.
is that right? We don't have to
No
go through
way.
them line by line, but generally, you see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today, Sergeant Bukhenik, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Hey, Allison.
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass. Is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
My boy's wicked smart.
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
That's who signed the form.
So the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, it was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely right.
So we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about witness interviews, right?
We did not talk about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved in addition to what you and I just talked about, right?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's a
The hell? The hell just happened?
Mandy, I think that was you, Mandy.
So he touched or authored.
That was not me. I think that was Mandy. Something weird happened. Holy shit. That was weird. Watch.
witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved in addition to what you and I just talked about, right?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's a
It wasn't me. I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
a part in the investigation as the case officer managing
Wasn't me.
The tasks, but there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at
Everything.
least of what you and I have talked about this morning. All these items that we've just talked about, correct?
He is referenced or is his name appears on most of these documents, yes, if not all.
Of the ones that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, correct?
No, Nicholas Garino wrote some reports.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look at Nicholas Garino's report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but
Oh, I don't think you do.
some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them, so I can't tell you that he was the author. Like what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point. Even as the supervisor, you don't know everything that Michael Proctor was doing, do you?
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Got it. Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, right?
The judge didn't strike his comment.
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping
that busy.
us and his supervisors
informed
rest of what
Oh,
was
right.
happening, the next step,
You
the
can't
search
even-
warrants he was writing, the evidence that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted,
Fake
court
warrants
dates
were
and
written.
motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, the word you just used, keep you abreast of that work.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did ton of interviews together, as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100+ reports.
Sir, you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
Matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning, you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when, if it was morning, just after 12. I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Proctor learned, but what you learned. You learned that he was a Boston police officer, correct?
At some point, I learned that he was a Boston police officer, yes.
And on January 29th, did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
On January 29th, 2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question, very simply, is no. Right?
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Your Honor, may I approach? I don't want that binder to be in the this way.
You don't want those fake documents getting out.
Yeah, I did a lot of work preparing all those fake warrants last night. I got to collect them back so that I could have them from my office.
I did look at, I just put up
At
all
no
those
point
starred comments. I wasn't happy about
On
it.
January 29th, 2022, did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either? Did he?
No, he did not.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8 or 9 a.m., correct? Following certain protocols.
Jurors don't know why.
Yes,
this is so important.
at some point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had a estimated 10% of survival rate, we engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
I just highlighted all those juror. I'm not happy about what jurors.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though a police department, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
I mean, real quick though, like you can't read a jury at this point. Like, what has the Commonwealth presented in terms of evidence of John O'Keefe being struck by a vehicle now coming to the end of the third week? What evidence, if any? I'm asking you.
None. I mean, their tail light, from their perspective, the tail light.
But we haven't even talked about John being struck. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like there has been no evidence that John has been struck. All they're talking about is some taillight pieces that they picked up. So they're 3 weeks in and they're listening to this cop be evasive as shit. I mean, like, what do you expect a jury to do? BBC.
Right, but at this point, they don't know how offensive what Proctor did is to know how to pay close attention to what
they will.
Right, but I'm just
That
saying right
entire
now
exercise we just saw is to just build up to how involved Proctor was. That's coming. I promise.
No, my point is they don't know all. They heard like 2 texts of Proctor. They don't know what he did yet. They don't know half of the shit, so they don't know how significant this guy being an evasive fuck is.
But this is the proper way to set it up. You set it up by showing exactly how involved he really was, despite this guy's slippery answer. Now they know. Now they're gonna lay. He's gonna lay the wood. He's gonna.
No, you're not getting my point. They don't know the significance of how involved or not involved Proctor was yet. They don't know what he did.
I
Wrong.
understand that. I
Okay.
understand that. But now he's established what he did in terms of the investigation, and that's going to hit harder when they
Later.
show what he
They're
did.
not paying attention now.
Oh, they're paying attention.
Yes, part of our mission is to aid.
The case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is.
Even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question is yes. Correct?
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster. In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
To alleviate any perception,
So the answer
not
to
the one
that
existing,
question
the
was
Canton Police
yes.
Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert, and Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
Your first documented action in this case was to call the medical examiner's office. First documented action, not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper.
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it. I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified of the incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more straightforward if I can. Just get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be, correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Okay. He wants her to direct him to answer the freaking
Yeah,
questions.
he's fucking being non-responsive with all his bullshit. Just pontificating about all his stupid shit flowing out of his mouth. It's I mean, like, my point about the jurors, we have no idea. I don't give a shit who's sitting in the courtroom.
And I can't find the right Jessica.
Tried tons and tons of cases. You would have no idea what jurors are thinking. None. I sat in Richard Allen's trial every day and watched this older gentleman that was sitting closest to us watching the prison videos with his head in his hand like he couldn't bring himself to, and he was convicted. You have no idea what a jury is thinking. Trying to read the tea leaves in terms of what they're thinking.
But them looking down and looking bored,
Are their ears open? I mean, they know what bitter beer face looks like. Why the fuck
I can't
they protect
find
that the whole
this
time?
Jess Mikado. There's multiple Jess Mikados on X, so
Here, I'll go into one of her things and tag you. I follow Jess.
Oh, Tracy already did send it to me. Too late.
Oh. Okay. Cool.
And Mandy.
Yeah, that's a big part of our practice is falsifying warrants for trial. Takes hours. We make them like blurry so that the witness can't read them.
Her last post was 6 hours ago. How's that help?
I don't know.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to do your best to answer the question that's asked.
Yes, Your Honor.
Quit being a non-responsive piece of shit.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. Seems like Alan Jackson has tried to rein it in. I guess he's gotten that suggestion from other people.
Did you contact the medical examiner's office in the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
Ah, horse shit!
Squirmy.
At least your initial investigation during those early morning hours, those critical hours, led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
None.
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
See,
Answer it however
Brennan
you want
told
to.
him
It's
to
an
do it.
open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take to, at that moment, to determine whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you just described?
We interviewed the homeowner and two witnesses that were in that house.
When did you
You never went
interview
into the
homeowner?
house, did you?
I
On January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
Any day.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct any search of that house.
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who is coming in and going out of the potential crime scene.
I did not.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, etc., during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
So the answer is you didn't do that. And you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
Crime scene services section, what is that?
It's a unit, specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant Bukhenik. Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really?
I did.
Yes.
Which house, buddy?
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found. Did you call CSSS out to the scene to process that house?
I did not contact crime scene services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second, 3rd, and 4th were conducted at a residence in Canton. The
What was the
5th,
I'm sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses. Where were those 3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All 3 of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to one, at least one of them, while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Thought you were with
Which
them all
time,
day.
sir?
Wasn't
The
he
first
connected to
time
your hip?
He called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th. You
I
weren't
don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no
Okay.
idea.
So if that call was made, if she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
That's suspicious.
So the only 3 people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Other than Miss Reed, and before you got to Miss Reed, because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
In the afternoon. I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
I'm talking about in the morning when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed 3 people,
Yes, we did.
3 civilians.
At one point, we interviewed 3 civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and 2 witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, correct?
Correct.
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive, and the other 2,
Before he was last seen alive.
one of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and 2 of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same 2 individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive.
Yes.
Correct?
All 3 of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all 3 of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all 3 people, all 3 were either named McCabe or Albert. Those are the 3 people that you had information from, correct?
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
I'm talking about the first 3 interviews that you did, the first 3 civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to 3 people at a residence in Canton. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. All 3 were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor.
I can't answer whether
You're
someone
a
is a
professional
motive.
investigator, correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Is that yes?
I don't know what many means to you,
No,
but
of course not. Let me, how many years of experience do you have?
in homicide,
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay. Does that sound like many?
Again, I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Right. Suspects ever lied to you?
Yes.
Suspects lie to you all the time, don't they?
All the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
And if someone
all the
has
time would mean that they're constantly lying about everything.
No, it doesn't,
you
dipshit.
understand the colloquialism all the time?
That's not what it means.
I do not know the term colloquialism.
Okay, let's try it a different way. If these three individuals were involved in the death of John O'Keefe or knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
Fucking
Hank.
That's such bullshit. Well, you just said that often.
But you took these three individuals just at their word, based on those first three interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come together to the station, correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely not.
Totally normal for you to conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always
You just said they were suspects.
try and be assisting. So cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You just use the word always. You didn't know what all the time means. But they always try to be assistant.
Well, they're cooperating.
Mike.
It's in the nature.
They always try to help you out.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So always is such a finite, definitive statement. I
colloquialism.
apologize for using it.
And
You
if
didn't know what that means.
an investigator were keeping an open mind, right? Open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation. Someone that
Why
you now are
cooperating
calling a
witnesses?
cooperating witness might well be
A suspect.
a suspect who's lying, correct?
Yes, yes.
That's a
poss-
possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
This is a fucking joke. This started with, what did you do to figure out who was involved in this potential physical altercation? To their cooperating witnesses.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
You better not be done.
Oh, I'll die.
I'll fucking die. I'll fall off this ball onto the floor. Feet up.
There's no way. He's looking for
All
something.
right, good. Yeah, he's not talking to Karen. That's
No,
always the sign.
he's gonna point out that he
I want to
perjured
shift gears
himself.
for a second, Sergeant
Bob's
Buchanan, and ask
seriously
you
right.
about some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence today, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that evidence at Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? So on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right.
Yes.
We're gonna get into that weird bag situation. Which shoe?
Yeah, that's what Aiden's saying too. CW's case is almost over. They got their ME and Welcher, I guess. I don't know who else will fall.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
It's crazy.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
There is an orange shirt depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
Yeah, that's
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered into evidence.
No objection.
Well, that's being marked when we approach very briefly.
Yeah, the person from Ring is just to lay foundation, authenticate. It's nobody of substance. Oh, let's see if we got any bloopers. Bloop, 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 bloop. A little bit. An itsy bitsy.
May I?
I don't think Tony thinks.
Your Honor, with permission, may I publish?
Weirdly enough, maybe he does. I don't know. We argue
Sergeant
about
Bukhenik,
it.
this is Exhibit 110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use.
Is it not working?
May I approach?
Yes. It worked earlier.
This is
It did, yes.
That's a beast. That should work. Just tell me which TV you're going to look at.
Good
so
question,
the jurors
Lee.
understand, can
I don't
follow.
know.
I'll do the one to my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there on the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
Why aren't they
It does
showing us?
appear to be on top of possibly a darker item of clothing, possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here
Okay.
what that is.
Do you believe, as you sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe, as you sit here, that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
If we can zoom in, I could probably pick out the pattern. So from here, it looks like it's a cut fabric, indicating that it most likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could unzoom that for me. One more question. You see Mr. O'Keefe's left leg and right leg from about the little lower than mid-thigh down, correct?
Mid-thigh down, I see his legs, yes.
Okay, you see his right knee?
He's such a dipshit.
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay, do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you, we can take that down. May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, the laser point?
Yeah.
Which one? I think it's this one. They're both the same.
I have one more question on that photo. Sorry about that. Can we display the photo one more time, Ms.
We're
Johnson?
gonna ask about those socks.
We don't need to turn the lights off.
Do you see those Adidas socks? Did you take those into evidence?
Take a look to the left. Could you zoom in on the chair? Do you see that item sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down.
That's what I'm
concerning the two shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet. Did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those shirts, or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together. If my memory is not failing me, I believe
I held one end, he held the
he
other.
picked it up and I held the bag open. But I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held the bag open.
That's fine. The two of you together got them in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large paper bag, the size of like a lawn leaf bag you would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Is it specifically an evidence bag, or was it something that y'all
was it a lawn bag?
Came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay. So it's an official
evidence
law enforcement type bag.
It's not
a grocery bag.
And save.
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay. Understood. Did both shirts go in the same bag?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt and boxer shorts?
Yes.
Okay. You went from Good Samaritan, straight to Dighton, correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your the super cab of your pickup truck?
Yes.
And then from Dighton, you went over to Canton PD. Is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet. You laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours. Once we arrived to the Canton office.
Not
It
normal.
was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment.
Yes.
5 Acres says, is it normal to put all articles in one bag? Wouldn't that cross-contaminate? Yes, it would. It's not normal.
Yes, it would.
Sergeant, I just want to get the record as clear as possible. Did you testify at a hearing last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context on the question, I might have estimated to be around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used.
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. Mayor, Coach?
Yes.
It smells like Teen Spirit's a Nirvana song, y'all. You got the joke. Could have been a swing and a miss. Kennedy. Swing batter.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thanks, Holly. Good job, Carolyn.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollections to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
That refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about your prior testimony. It was about 10 p.m.
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock approximately.
You didn't stay there all night with those clothes?
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point, I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office to,
You
whatever he had to
indicated
do.
that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would have access to that area.
Of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
Oh, well, how kind of you, sir.
So I'm going to ask you again, did you think Trooper Proctor's conduct throughout this investigation was appropriate? And was it professional?
And honorable.
Did he show the level of integrity you expect to see from your subordinates?
That's suspicious.
For this piece of paper, you remember looking at the bag that the clothing items were in at this point, just the jeans?
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay, and the bag has a label on it, obviously, that's generated when items are bagged?
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay. Did you see the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you could take a look at those 3 pages briefly, that's a colloquy.
I'm sleepy. I can wet my eyes. Oh.
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you?
You still don't know.
I see.
Now it's
It's
colloquy.
a tough time with those COLL words.
That means we're going to ask you some questions back and forth. So I'm first going to have you look at them, and then we'll have a question session, aka a colloquy. I got to take your dad's phone. Your dad. You can't hear me.
What? What do you have to do?
Take your dad's part of it. Cam's gonna be the screen.
Wait, your mic sounds like shit. What?
Doesn't matter if I should fix the mic.
You sound like you're underwater.
Is that better?
No. What did you do?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir. Did reviewing that document refresh your recollection as to the date that those items were ultimately bagged and labeled?
Yes, based on the tag on the bag, when I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag?
I don't know that to be true.
Because you didn't place them in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
But it wasn't you.
It was not me, no.
But the case officer, Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drying on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label. I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you. He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer is not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence. So I don't know who handled the evidence that day.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper?
They're not going to just pick it up.
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So they would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily. So they would know that, hey, it's dried. Let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially from the supervisor, literally, who just said, I have no idea who bagged it up. They weren't communicating with you, were they?
I was giving you an explanation of what could have happened.
Right. Speculation about what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be, knowing the protocols at the MSP and in your unit, would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it and submitted into the evidence locker.
I do not know who bagged it.
Ugh.
Is my mic better?
Yes, you sound fabulous.
So for 6 days, anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
Do you have any kind of log to document what was happening or who was wearing those items of clothing during that 6-day period before it was bagged into evidence?
Commonly referred to as a chain of custody.
Any kind of log?
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe. But
Have you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span of time before that.
I have never seen a log like that. No.
The fact is, we don't have a single document establishing the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Oh, really?
Where's the log of the document?
Where is it?
Logging what happened to it.
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession.
Yeah.
It was transferred for processing.
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log.
Yeah.
A written piece of paper. Something that looks like this.
Fucking guy.
Got writing on it that
Holy
logs
shit.
the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation, so it'd be redundant, really.
What a fucking
Redundant of what?
You indicated on direct
Just gonna let-
examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
That is not right.
That bullshit alone about a chain of custody is enough to get Easter in there to fucking testify as to what proper procedure is. Proper police protocol. We have no idea as attorneys what happened to the evidence if there is not a chain of custody. It's as simple as that. When there is not a chain of custody, what you get is this steaming pile of shit. The exact reason why you have a chain of custody, so you know exactly where the evidence went. This thing is like Easter has to come on. Like they have to, they got to renew their motion or file a motion to reconsider because this aggression cannot stand. Like it's insane. It's insane. This guy's a fucking supervisor.
You get wrong.
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
Who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
Yeah, for sure.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:30, 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other 2 searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Canton PD documented the one piece and I collected, and then the 10th.
Yeah, that smart water, it's not working.
Was anything recovered on February? Let's take them in order. On February 3rd.
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces. There was those are the items that were recovered amongst.
That's on the 3rd. Okay, what about the 4th?
The 4th was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe, that Canton PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Canton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was, at the scene, there was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
They were already there?
Sergeant Lank, does that sound right?
I do not know. I can't say yes or no. I don't recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I grabbed the item and left.
Okay. Did you write a report? I'm gonna combine these into all 3 dates together. Did you write any report? Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask them individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
Somebody authored a report. I'm not sure.
I'm asking about you.
I can't. There's over 100 reports. I'd have to take a look which report documents my activity that day.
Do you remember, as you sit here, authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th, the next day?
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
Sir, you didn't review your reports leading into trial here, sir?
No report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023. Correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these 3 searches about which you've testified today, the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
That is not true. Each bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And by the way, we're going to get to that in a second, the evidence bags. A report is designed to memorialize exactly what happens, when it happens, why it happened, who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report. Absolutely. Yes.
And the report in this case that documented these 3 searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper DeChico, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible. Yeah, we
Pause
write
this.
reports at different times. Yeah.
I'm not sure that I agree with you 100% on your
I
police
want
work
to
there,
ask
Lou.
you about this February.
Wow. Is it standard procedure to write a report anytime you find evidence? Is it, I mean, like this guy trying to act all nonchalant about, I mean, yeah, it's totally possible we didn't write a report about finding that until 18 months later.
But counselor, the bags. We had the bags. I wrote the date and the time I put the shit in the bags. It's all good. We know. It's up here and it's on the bag.
This is the craziest shit I've ever seen.
I don't get it.
Insane. It's insane.
February 4th visit to the crime scene. You indicated that sometime in the morning, 8:45, 9 a.m., something like that, you responded?
On the 4th, sir?
On the 4th.
I was driving to work, so I would have to say 8:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact timestamp, but if you know, if you have something to refresh my memory, I could tell you if that's accurate.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
It was.
All right. Did you know Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I knew who he was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sallyport.
He was actually in the Sallyport, at least at some time, when the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He was there at some point. I had a conversation with him.
Okay. Tall guy, short guy?
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay. Do you know who Brian Higgins is?
I do.
Biggie.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins?
Or
what was it? I should be more pointed to this, Sergeant. What was your relationship back in 2022, January of 2022?
Brian Higgins was a federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations, strictly professional relationship, a federal agent and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship.
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell you and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz? He called it one of his better friends.
Sustained, yes.
Sure. During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a
drink this
personal
water
relationship?
first.
If you show me a report stating that, I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me or that I approved,
You
I will
authorized
take
it?
it for to be fact.
As you sit
Did I
here now,
authorize
you don't
the
have a memory of
report?
that conversation with Brian Higgins?
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him and
No,
him sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that, I will take it as gospel and testify to it.
Okay.
Now you're taking some gospel.
Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it. We'll put our hands on that. But in the meantime, let me ask you a few other questions. You were contacted and told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
You saw something.
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes, he indicated he was driving by and saw piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
Pause
I
it a
would
sec.
take that to be factual. I mean, he's
We're in the last like 5 minutes here.
Oh, okay.
At
Oh,
just
Linda's
past
not-
1 in the morning on
Oh.
December 18th, 2024, officers from
What happened? What happened?
The back button or something.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that Linda should put it in our voicemail so we can hear about it, but she's not a member, so she can't.
And he was driving by in a
What
car.
are you gonna say? I got to figure out where I
Oh,
was.
that you were just there. You were right there.
I was. Okay, speaketh.
No, it's never mind. Just go ahead.
34 Fairview in 2022.
No, we got to go back a
how
little more.
old?
How old? About.
Take it to be in the car.
And
Keep going.
And which day?
questions.
Sure.
You were contacted
Here we go.
and told to respond to 34 Fairview because
There you go.
Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something
I don't know, Holly.
while he was driving by, correct?
Some fucking short.
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry.
February 4th.
Yes, he indicated that he was driving by and saw piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's
Okay.
driving by, I would take it to be in the car
And
at speed.
did you question Chief Berkowitz about, by the way, about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
How old?
How old? Estimate. Was he in his 50s, 60s, 70s?
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a small piece of red taillight from his car. Is that right? He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct? Did you
It's
question
effect on
Chief
listener.
Berkowitz after you learned this information about him driving by? Did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about
It's
why
ice.
he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about the fact that his department had been conflicted from the case, at least in
Hey,
part,
welcome, Linda.
because of a, as you
Emily.
put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question. No.
That's suspicious.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict of interest?
No.
Because just days earlier, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused itself from interviews because of a potential conflict of interest, right?
To prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews. I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't.
No,
I guarantee you, Hank said, Yuri, if you memorize any word, I need you to memorize the word perceived. Perceived, Yuri. Say it back to me. Perceived. Say it 7 times. You got it? So when they ask you that shit, it's perceived. Perceived, Yuri. Guarantee that absolutely took place. This guy's a fucking moron.
I didn't figure that you were going to interview the taillight piece. We all get the comment. I'm trying to get to a point. 3 or 4 days after, 5 days after, 6 days after, Canton PD recuses itself from the investigation, these parts of the investigation, because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner, being a detective, the chief of that department drives by in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right?
I'm sorry?
I object.
whispering his objections now.
Yeah.
Was your understanding, at least at the time, that the whole purpose of the recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest? To avoid that?
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew that I needed more manpower. And the Canton police, being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning.
She gone.
With his detectives, they were at the location. They weren't standing outside. They were in their vehicles because it was raining really heavily.
Well,
Can we end this?
we can, Your Honor. Sure.
All right, so
Be back.
we'll be bringing you back tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Folks, that's it for today. Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent, read anything up to
Notebook, follow me.
Those are admonitions. All right. Here's the thing about guys like Bukhenik is it should scare the shit out of you that guy is a sergeant in any police force, let alone a state trooper, because he is dumb as a box of rocks.
Yep.
That guy is stupid as shit.
So dumb.
He is so dumb. And the amount of power that cops have, you're seeing it here in this case. But when you have guys like that are running around with a badge and a gun, it should scare the shit out of you. You're hearing it right out of his mouth. I mean, and he's prepped for this, and he still sounds like that. That should tell you something. You want this guy running around catching bad guys? Not me.
And then
Pass.
couple that with how, evasive he's being with his answers.
This cop cannot have any credit. If this cop has any credibility with the jury, I mean, I will say Hank sent this guy, he sent him into the slaughterhouse. Like Yuri's taking the entire brunt of all the shit. Like he's the sacrificial lamb. Like he's the guy. He's taking all the shit for all the clowns that were involved in this case. He's taking the brunt of all of it. And he was the wrong choice. But he's the sergeant. He was the supervisor. Who else was Hank supposed to go to? This is who he was dealing with. These are the cops that he was dealing with, which speaks volumes about this case.
Everyone in this room is now dumb for having listened to it.
Exactly. All right, let's see if there's anything else going on. A little sidebar. I think they're done. Done.
Done?
Done. All right. That was a good day. I enjoyed that day. That was a good day. And we get more Yuri tomorrow. So Ajax has a full night to prepare more.
Thanks, Shannon.
Hey babe, what time do you have to drive Scout tomorrow for the birthday party? Do you know?
I think as soon as she gets home from school.
Oh, all right. Because I'm trying to figure out when I want to do that members only. We've gathered up a pretty fair amount of your voicemails.
I thought we were doing it tonight.
Well, we've got a game tonight. So if we are, well, let me ask you all, because I want to be cognizant of our listeners out across the pond. I know that'll be, because like the game doesn't end till 8 Central. That's 9 Eastern. And that's ungodly for y'all that are, because like this is the type of membership thing where I want everybody to be able to listen where it's not 3 a.m. So that includes our folks that are overseas. So I don't know if we should do it tonight. And that's late just in general, because I want people to, the whole point of is for you guys to be able to hear yourselves during a live and asking us questions, and we want it to be interactive. So I don't know. We'll have to, I'll figure it out.
And I mean, I'm also going to our daughter's final fitting for her wedding dress. That's at 4:30 today.
Today. Oh, that's
Yes.
right. Yeah, Sunday is Mother's Day. I could do. Let me double check real quick. Let me see.
Tomorrow's fine then. We can do tomorrow.
Like early evening?
I don't think we have
Well, you
anything.
got. Don't you have to bring Scout to?
Yeah, but I can do that right away.
Because what I'd like to do is right after trial's done, go right into the members only. That would be cool because we have everybody here.
Well, you need members. Oh, you mean
Yeah.
Gotta.
No, it would be a separate live that I set up.
Oh, right. Well, I think Scarlett might have a mental breakdown.
Well, that's what I mean. That's why I was asking when you you got to take her. So maybe like early evening, like as soon as you get back. Like my sister's not going to try to keep you hostage, is she?
No, she's going to be busy.
Yeah. Okay. Because you know how some parties like parents hang around and I don't know. All right. Well, I'm going to plan on doing that members only thing tomorrow.
Oh, it says Friday, 7 p.m. But I'll have to ask Scarlett.
All right,
she
we'll figure it
made
out.
plans to go early.
I'm going to push for it to be right after, like 3:15. We slip right into the members only thing, and we knock that out. Have some fun, have some laughs leading into the weekend.
Oh, Linda's a member, so Linda, she's got to put up the thing because I want her to record how Trooper Bukhenik lied about her in a police report.
Oh yeah,
Tell us on the
here,
voicemail.
throw the link up. Would you guys, the mods, can you throw it up? All right.
So just so anyone who wasn't a member, who doesn't know what's going on, there's a phone number. You call it, you leave a voicemail. It can be a question. It can be a comment. It can be your feelings. Linda, it can be your story about how
anything goes.
Trooper Bukhenik, whatever, lied about you in a police report. And we will play them and discuss them on our members only live.
You guys still have it? Oh, there it is. All right. So you guys see it? So it's in there. It's the www.speakpipe.com/Defense Diaries bat phone. And it's just a website. So you're just going into the site. You're clicking that you're leaving a voicemail. You don't even have to be on your phone. Please, for the love of God, don't worry about what your voice sounds like. That's all in your head. Trust me.
Sounds wonderful.
All of you that think that I have a terrible voice, that's all in your head. Your voice is fine. I promise. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. Unless you sound like a wounded dog that's, lost a leg after getting hit by a train.
So what, though?
Other than
Right?
that,
Own
you're
it.
good.
Own it.
All right. So, mods, thank you so much for your hard work all week thus far. You guys are amazing. We love you. Tracy and Mandy, you guys are amazeballs. We love you. All you guys, we were 1,000 strong at some point. Thank you so much. Make sure, please, share, like, subscribe. Smash that share because I think the sharing really helps the most. The like definitely helps, but I think the share is huge. And subscribe. If you dig us, come and hang with us. Come and hang with this chat. It's the best in the land. I'll die on that hill because without you guys, I am just an old man.
Sitting around talking to his wife.
Woo! See ya.